Okay. Alright, guys. I think I'm here. I think I'm here. I don't ask people to really do that in my room, too. I try not to be that type of individual. Thank you if you did. uh, but yeah, don't ever ask for anybody to do the clicks, likes, views, shares, thumbs up, and uh, just don't like it. It's very manipulative. Um, and it's never really been my thing here with the clicks, likes, viewers, subs, all that. It's all their things. It ain't. All right. So now I know the streets are on fire. Um, Allegedly, supposedly, caught like 10 seconds of this and last minute or two of this, that, and the other. Um, in about 3 places throughout the day. And it was just brought to my attention not long ago. But, oh yeah, they're really on fire right now. Um, they've found a good mill to swim around, like usual. Always involving a tragedy. Some shit never changes. You've got to have a good camp or a bad camp, because what good story, narrative, and creating would there be without good versus evil? Tells little time. It also bounces room off room, ample content, and boy, are they some hungry piranhas. Um, Speaking of good versus bad, I got some shit a few hours after I got it, checked it. I can't tell y'all, I was like, what the fuck is this crazy bitch going on with? What the hell? I don't know. Like most of you think I just sit around and watch like bullshit all day, I guess. I don't. I have a fucking life, kid. Better shit to do with my fucking time, quite frankly. Uh, So anyway, don't get me wrong, I can do a 12-hour stream any day of the fucking week. But when I'm off here, I'm off here. For the most part. Got better shit to do. Unlike these people who need us for content. Eh, nope. Doesn't work that way in the reverse. They need us. We do not need them. But they're always certain, aren't they? I was just watching all their bullshit. And I gotta tell you right now, I'm entirely and mostly checked out of it because I knew the other day what they would do with this situation. I warned y'all, I told y'all. Everybody's still participating in it. Yep. By the fuck ton. Numbers are higher than ever. Super chats are flying. Scams are running amok. Not just by others, but by the goddamn creators. People patty cake with them, as always. Yeah, I knew the other day. Certain people, even here on the ground, are wrapping themselves around Hunter and family. Didn't take a genius to figure that out. Alright. I asked the other night when news broke. If you couldn't be kind, at least not to be cruel. I asked for people to specifically donate to Hunter's Cash App only. And it was the only one I shared. Said to support the family. Hunter. See how that works? Doesn't take a super genius either, especially after that one live stream, to realize everybody's like, oh, Allie's out of the way. We can get control of Minor. And we can exploit. Some people are more worried about that than the children, and loved ones of Allie and even Allie herself right now. And there's a great deal. You know, the other day when I asked outright, I said, where the fuck are the creators who have made millions off of that family? Where the fuck you at right now? With help, right? Now notice, not a goddamn one of them quietly gave. They could have quietly given without lines, hooks, virtue signaling. They could have done it quietly in the background. Not a peep spoken. But no, they have not. What have they done? They've come out doing the whole Justin for help. But a bum a pair of non-slip grits. And then what else have they done? It's been plane ticket this. Oh my god, the wrong letter in the Cash App. Oh no, it's been taking up money for hours. And that was the Hilts, of course, and a few others. And I think they fucked up Hunters. I think that was in Moo Cows. Seen that shit. I was like, fucking really? Same song and dance, always. So as soon as the creators do actually involve, they don't do it quietly, they don't do it for the right reasons, human reasons, empathetic reasons, soulful, human being, human to human, right's right, wrong's wrong. Nope. The creators participating in the fuckery with Hilts today and all the other bullshit are doing it to try to get wrapped around Hunter. True, and the rest at a very vulnerable time for them. They're trying to get people in place. That way, I would assume those children and Allie and loved ones can't be left in peace to grieve without being sold off to the internet, their every move watched, every private conversation, every tear that falls, for somebody to come back here on YouTube and go tell the world about it. So they'll have to be guarded even in those moments when they should least be. I hear tell John Davis, Dolly, a few others, like, oh, here's all this money for just let me interview him. Look, his mama's in the hospital. She's whatever. Shit, we might have a chance right now if Andrew can just give him to us. Give him to us. Here's some money, Andrew. Here. But look, world, we're doing the good thing. No, they aren't. No, they aren't. The good thing, the right thing, would have been to give quietly. No strings attached. And to give to Hunter, True, the other babies, Grandbun, Sherry, etc., quietly. No strings attached, no trying to wrap around Hunter, get interviews with him. It would have been to give quietly and to stay the fuck away from the family, including Hunter, True, and the rest. That would have been the right thing. Still the right thing to do, and it can still be done. But instead, what you see right now is a feeding frenzy and all of them trying to get as close as they can to Hunter or get people near Hunter that will sell him off. I think that poor kid's been fucked with, fucked over, tampered with, set up, and all kinds of other shit far too much in his short life so far that he cannot be left to fucking peace along with True and the other babies and Grandbun and Sherry and all the others right now is a fucking tragedy on a tragedy. And I know it because I've experienced it several times throughout this several year duration. Just a couple weeks ago, a couple weeks before that, so in the past couple months, twice I've been through it. Then my brother, etc. I've watched recently as Ryan's exploited my brother and my pap's things right at the holidays. I mean, all this shit. But I've had to attend several very close funerals and not give any real shit to the public or let them know in any way that I was going through anything and the family was, so that they didn't. And while you're there, you're going through things, you know you're going to be sold up. And we were. There were pictures given to the public by a couple that attended certain funerals, places, my brother's stuff from the hospital, put all this other shit. And then graveside stuff, people driving by, taking pics, all these things. Luckily, we stayed extraordinarily quiet around both of my uncles recently. But, this tragedy is still new, but it's, I know how it feels to be exploited, your family to be exploited, for them to take pics, for you not to even be able to grieve or say anything, because people, even at services, might then get a wild hair up their ass and go sell off shit or whatever, this and the other, right? It's like you had a chicken on a stick come here with Squall and talk about crazy shit at my brother's service that never happened. Never happened. She was talking about arguments and fights, all shit. This shit never happened. That bitch straight and made up lies. And y'all believed it and all this shit. It was fucking terrible. She sold it off though, didn't she? This long-term stalker of mine in real life, long before summer vanished. Crazy bitch. So anyway, but yeah, I know what it's like to be them. My family knows what it's like to be them. So I have empathy. I have heart. Was raised to have and to be a human and to have a sense of humanity, community, right and wrong, a moral fucking compass. These fucking creators don't have any of that. And the people viewing it, feeding on it, and viewing it as entertainment, I wonder some days why the fuck they're even here in some realm pretending they give a fuck about any of these victims, survivors, family, or cases. Because, god damn, how do you care about any human being or have heartstrings for them when you can't find heartstrings for even living? What is it? Just dead cute babies do it for you, or missing cute babies, or dead beautiful women? Because let's not forget, they never pick the dead mediocre midline, or the missing midline, or the not. It's always the stunning. It's always some uniqueness. It's always something. We're gonna have to keep picking. You know, it's disgusting. Um, but I can't figure out the same people proclaim to have heartstrings for people they don't even know before they go missing or get murdered. They can see a flat image, a missing poster, an Amber Alert. Be like, oh my gosh, I'm so attached. But they see real people in real life, like Allie. You hear their voices. You've gotten to meet Allie to know some about her. Hunter's not missing. True's not missing. They're not murdered. Their siblings aren't. Grandbunnies. Yeah, all these things. You've gotten to meet them, know them, and you may not think much of them. You may not, whatever. You have your own opinions. But they're human beings. You can see them in vividness and real time. You've got to ask them questions. You've gotten to, whatever. And you can't find a fucking heartstring one. You can't find commonality, humanity, empathy. But you can for flat images. You can project personalities and whole things on children and women who are murdered or missing that you've never met. But people here, like you've gotten, and you can't find a string one. To be like, this shit ain't right. This is not okay. I don't understand it. But anyway, here's a shirt I found uh, at this weird store that about Eldest. I swear from this store was wild, but it had this just a simple basic T-shirt. It was like in a tan color, just had lettering on it. Nothing major, pretty small lettering actually compared to the size T-shirt. But it was, give them their flowers while they can still smell them, and and then in very very tiny letter below it said something else about each state dies or something. I don't know, something. I've got a picture of it. I thought, well, that's I mean, it's a different take on the same we've all heard one variety or another. But the way it was phrased and the little itty bitty tiny thing were cute. Damn shirt was almost $90 without tax. I thought, you fucking kidding me? I'm in the wrong store. Hell no. Anyway, so I walked away. But the saying holds, you know. So as comparison, I mean, it's a pretty good day for that sort of to be said. If you can care about giving them their flowers, but I think still just like being in true crime drama. Right? Either way, though, if you can only be here to view the dead, dying, the mysteries, the hidden, the vanished, and you can attach to them. But you can't find it in your souls to attach to and realize they're human beings, or else I'd not be interested in the living that are here, traumatized, and around situations that are tragic enough as is. I don't know what you're doing. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. You only care about them once they're dead or vanished? Or do you care about people all the time? Now, so Slithers today, some point, looks like 5 p.m., decided I don't. Send me whatever horse shit she was working on it. Creating, manufacturing. It has sort of that Bones feel in it for me. Remember when she played with that shit? She just, oh my god, Ziggy, you're Aaron Bones. And then she was showing the bones at the same time. Ziggy was crying on a world tour. Cash App split. I don't know. And then the split second I seen the bones, I was like, you're kidding me. And I laughed, right? Like, I was over here on my own shit. I was like, oh, you got me. Because I think a picture of me, or I was viewing Tiffany, and Tiffany's like, oh god, Jody Sue, you're an evil bitch. And she blocked me whenever for like, I don't know, however many months it was till I was needed or useful again, or whatever the fuck it was she wanted, or whatever fucking new arc they were on, you know. Anyway, I'm sorry, you're right, I did take that a little far. Yeah, okay. Whatever, good versus bad. Oh my god, Ziggy, you're Aaron Bones. Well, I'm Aaron the Bones talking about you talking about the bones, and Jody Sue's laughing because she can recognize the bones and know we're all full of shit. Oh my god, Jody Sue, you're a terrible fucking person because you can recognize that we're all full of shit and you know your bones. What the fuck to tell you? So that got me the Tiffany Marie Virtue Signaling Spectacular. And then I got 8 for a few weeks to make some more content, Made everybody forget about Ziggy doing the Cash App World Apology Tour. I didn't mean to. Oh God, I'll never speak to Finn again. He tricked me. I turned him into the cops though for drugs. Hit my Cash App. Fucking Sniffy's being mean to me. Give me a break. Anyway, so what we have today is another bones filling type moment like that. Slithers here decided today at 5 p.m., probably before she put this out on her fucking YouTube over there, look like, to send me this shit.
I don't give a fuck about Summer Wells. Okay? We're talking about family here. Go fucking kill yourself.
Down there, or if he wants me to go down there.
This is gonna sound mean. I don't give a fuck about Summer Wells. Okay? We're talking about family here. Go fucking kill yourself. Family's more important than some missing girl you're not gonna find. For 2 fucking years. Okay? Get the fuck over it. Stop milking the cash cow. You fucking losers.
And there's. Anyway, this is how we deal. We're gonna let him.
I'm not upset.
Let's play it again.
I don't give a fuck about Summer Wells.
Let's help the virtue queen and godmother of Summerwells feel good. I don't know. Let's give her some more attention. I don't know. Let's play it again, folks.
Sound mean? I don't give a fuck about Summer Wells. Okay? We're talking about family here. Go fucking kill yourself.
Down there, or if he wants me to go down there.
This is gonna sound mean. I don't give a fuck about Summer Wells. Okay? We're talking about family here. Go fucking kill yourself. Family's more important than some missing girl you're not gonna find. For 2 fucking years. Okay? Get the fuck over it. Stop milking the cash cow. You fucking losers.
And there's. Anyway, this is how we deal. We're gonna let him.
I'm not upset.
Okay, so Tiffany's statement that goes to that is, or question, or whatever the fuck this bones filling shit is here. This goofy shit. Don't ever question my intentions when it comes to Summer, Jody. She only calls me Jody when she's really fucking mad at me. I don't know if I can live past it. No. Oh God. I don't know. These people are gutter rat trash. Pieces of shit. And I know there is no way you can or would ever support this. And then another message. Right? Well, fuck. Did y'all hear me in the past couple days? Did I ever go, y'all just support Hiltz, wrap him up as tight as you can and give him all the squishes? Did you hear me say that? Or whoever the fuck is in the background? That may be the same guy I was wondering that, like a month ago or something, if he was same dude that was over there, the uncle trying to make Hunter look guilty. Or whatever that I took issue with. I was like, what the fuck? All that stuff. Either way, I don't care about the dude. I don't know the dude. I don't care about his opinion on something. Okay? I don't like Hilton sitting there letting anybody be like, I don't give a fuck about Summer. This is my Summer, blah, 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 blah. I don't like it, of course. It's shitty. Okay? So, I have my own thoughts about things. I had my own thoughts, and knowledge of shit occurring here on the ground the other night before I would come on here. And I shared, and only shared, not Andrew's cash, not his PayPal, but Hunter's. I said the other night, all of us have our own thoughts about each other. I damn sure, just like the rest of y'all, have my own thoughts. We also know the whole history of all the things. Ain't nobody dumber in here blind. Okay? But just like the other night, I will maintain, in a way, sort of agree with Holt. This is about, in a way, because it is about Summer. I was hoping, honestly, Allie would and pull through. I know right now they're debating death versus real death versus brain death versus, okay, for sure we all kind of had an idea it might go that way. That's just getting too far into it. That's just super creating bullshit and manufacturing content and all this. There's no reason for tonight or any of these rooms to occur and be occurring and the headlines, all that shit. I think we all realized Hiltz was pretty stupid of anything medical the other day when he went pneumonia went to Allie's brain. Okay? And I think we all knew when he took it as a good sign about the eyes healing this, I mean, all we can do is wait. I don't know the situation. I'm not getting into their medical situation. It's not my business to air the medical situations. Life support, not life support. None of that. What I do know is this. It is very important for all those who remain around Summer's case to continue to remain on this earth for answers. And until justice is served. Until Summer's found. I know for me as a human being, it's important that I not be extraordinarily cruel to those other human beings around me, denizens of the world. I couldn't sleep with myself at night like that. Couldn't do it. And especially since I know how it feels to be around these tragedy pimps, their bullshit, their insertion, their everything around these extreme events that are separate from Summer, like the passing of our loved ones, medical emergencies, medical care, custody stuff, this, that, and the other, court cases, all that shit. I know it because I've experienced it, like the others have. And that's something most of you all cannot, you can't slide those shoes on. So in a way, there's an unfortunate bond and string there, and I know, and my family knows what the fuck this is like. Do I want people around Hunter and truing them, exploiting them, or going to sell them off, try to get their hands on them? Especially the last few months that Hunter's underage? No. I know it's most of Lineback's pretending to carry out in the open, including these creators, when they had the aha moments they couldn't just give quietly and back away. Not a stupid bitch. They're telling you, meanwhile, that it's everybody else, once again, scamming, conning, running games on you, while they're the ones continuing to make fortunes off of Allie, Hunter, True, the entire family again, right now. Well, they're oopsie, and I got the one link wrong. It wouldn't let her off, and who knows where all the money's being. Oh my god! Same again, playing the same song and dance. And if any of them can get people around Hunter, True and the rest, as they go through these moments, they're going to. They can get people to take pictures, be on the phone with them, secretly record, get pictures of Allie, get this, get that, get whatever, get access to Hunter, sell off materials, get them interviews. It's like this place trying to get Monster to get a hold of Little to sell her off, to try to force info out of her hands per abuser. They didn't care as long as it meant they could potentially get a hold of her to get info about something. We all know the Mama Bear situation a few weeks back. Ain't nobody innocent in that, from those around Hunter to Mama Bear and her own kid who participated. Wasn't tricked. participated fully, despite the flip-flop before he get caught it, because I knew they weren't getting shit from Hunter. Because Hunter, despite being all machismo and he's grown and all that shit, is in some ways a little smarter than those around him. In some ways. And he's wise to what's being done. For the last couple years, unfortunately, the tragedy pants surrounding Summer's case and everything else played a dire role. Broken ties, bonds, created mistrust, and broken down a family unit that was already shaky. And I hate to think that will be possibly the last couple years and memories he'll have with Allie, or of it all being affected by tragedy pimps and the destruction, insertion, attempted setups of him trying to glom onto him to get information they felt like they were entitled to, a bunch of goddamn cul-de-sac Karens, and it was like Mama Bear and her kid, and those involved in the fuckery repeatedly. I don't know. You don't like any of it. Now, all that being said, in comparison ways, dear Tiffany, I want you to remember this question right here. And this stupid.
Sound mean? I don't give a fuck about Summer Wells. Okay? We're talking about family here. Go fucking kill yourself.
Down there, or if he wants me to go down there.
This is gonna sound mean. I don't give a fuck about Summer Wells. Okay? We're talking about family here. Go fucking kill yourself. Family's more important than some missing girl you're not gonna find. For 2 fucking years. Okay? Get the fuck over it. Stop milking the cash cow. You fucking losers.
And there's. Anyway, this is how we deal. We're gonna let him.
I'm not upset.
End quote. Don't ever question my intentions when it comes to Summer, Jody. These people are gutter rat trash pieces of shit, and I know there is no way you can or would ever support this. Right? Right, Tiffany? Uh-oh, sugar. Uh-oh. Y'all want to hear some neat shit? Y'all want to hear it? Okay, fine. We'll do it this way. We will do it this way. Ow! Okay. Score one. Alright. So, comparison. This.
Sound mean? I don't give a fuck about Summerwells. Okay? We're talking about family here. Go fucking kill yourself.
Down there, or if he wants me to go down there.
This is gonna sound mean. I don't give a fuck about Summerwells. Okay? We're talking about family here. Go fucking kill yourself. Family's more important than some missing girl you're not gonna find. For 2 fucking years. Okay? Get the fuck over it. Stop milking the cash cow. You fucking losers.
And there's. Anyway, this is how we deal. We're gonna let him.
I'm not upset.
Don't ever question my intentions when it comes to Summer, Jody. These people are gutter rat trash pieces of shit, and I know there is no way you can or would ever support this, right? And wearing my clothes on lives, everything that's funny, the judge did not. None of the stuff being done, the group efforts to torment or even to get us potentially killed that him and Stahl played in with this group, all that. And I have this whole thing about, and I hate, and it's like this place initially made me have to come forward. This was a live just a couple weeks ago on Tiffany's. And be like, hey, and defending him, but
the truth is the truth. Like that.
The truth is the truth, and I'll lay the right shit at the right monsters. You know what I mean? Now he will not do the same. You can see him tormenting my kid, trying to get at me any way he can, wearing my clothes on lives, everything that's funny. The judge did not. None of the stuff being done, the group efforts to torment or even to get us potentially killed that him and Stahl played in with this group, all that stuff, it ain't cute. And he's still doing it. It's just like right now, this group, this well-organized group, including UTM, who have participated in all the fuckery. Remember that group effort y'all did around giving my grieving mother a heart attack? That group effort you did where you, Jenny, Adrian, the rest, blah, blah, plotted and planned all the bullshit around the false 5150s, trying to get Little taken, etc., to go to Monster, even if you created another Harmony situation. Remember all that? That group, the group effort, the ones listed on the order protection that Monster even agreed. was a thing. It's fine. That group, Tiffany. Carrying on. Out about the streets again right before holiday. That's the same deal I've been through for almost 3 decades anyway, and I guess now, even though we're not together, it's still the same song and dance, right? He does make sure eyes are on us. He knows what's going on. He contacts people around us. Still boxed. He's still got eyes, ears on, drives by, does the whole thing, whole night, right? Mm-hmm. He knows what we're doing 24 hours a day. It's ridiculous. And you've seen that happening in around Christmas, and him coming, blah blah. But then also him contacting family when he knew where we were going, trying to figure out whereabouts, flowing out despite the orders in place. It's a thing right now. Anyway, carrying on. So some shit never changes. But it's near holiday, it's time for him to come out again, just like he did last year. Him and tormented the crap out of my children and I. I mean, same thing we live through in real life. Torment every holiday, birthday, seasonal, it's a known thing. But either way, no matter what he does, as long as I... And also note right now, either real monster or fake monsters are about the streets just a few days before Little's birthday. That wouldn't be unknown. Happened in real life, just like I did my son's birthday and thing. Anyway, carrying on. I think some parts of me, obviously, I remember the piece of the human that I knew when we were kids. And though that no longer is there, I still feel for it. I feel for its brokenness that I couldn't love better, fix better, talk better, nothing, right? But I still remember that piece. See, sometimes even for the worst monsters, I can still, stupidly enough, feel humanity in this area, even when I know better than to do so. And I can still also not lay fake shit, false shit, or fuck shit at the feet of those it doesn't belong on, even if my soul screams for fucking justice for these children and I, and for it to face consequences. All the things it still is continuing to do with this group and by itself. Can still be human. My monsters are monsters. Carrying on. And I'll defend that piece of that guy that I love very much. Talk better than nothing, right? But I still remember that piece, and I'll defend that piece of that guy that I love very much with all of my heart. To the damn ends of the earth, as long as I know for facts he is innocent of what people are saying or doing or whatever.
Jody, do you ever question if there might be a chance that Andy knows more? Or, like, do you question and say, like, damn, did I not know everything? Or is there something more I didn't
during that period where I was so sick and I was starting to just check out, I knew there was another stall because there was many of her. There's even been overlapping with her. I got the pictures, the proof, the text, the whole line to prove it. She wouldn't listen to the rest of that. Hell, I even come out here first hoping that it would save her from what she's going to encounter eventually. After I'm no longer enemy number one, she's going to get eaten. But either way, the thing is that, I have a great many questions. Just want to ask that of Andrew. It's like, and because of what was going down in those last few days, but there was a whole lot during that. Me just trying to survive being sick, radiation, my pat passing. I knew there was others again, like there always is. It was always a cashier, a clerk, a prostitute. It was always something, right? Always near work, and then always where he'd be coming and going from the easiest to get by with. It was just his thing, man. But it made me question the past 4 years before that with him, but now with certain dates and stuff, correlating with certain stuff with this, him losing his stuff like a week before, all these things, I don't know and that cornbread was circling him and terrifying the shit out of him. Allie's visiting, all these other things. I don't know. I don't think he would have had anything to do with him as far as Summer is concerned.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I think if anything's in here for him, it would be money, like it always is on like the free camper. He needs this, he needs that, while he's also stealing and doing whatever from my little and ain't paid child support years and all this, you know. So it's just always garbage to him. And I know you've heard him say he don't give a damn about Summer, but he wanted $500 interviews. You've heard him scream at me and say he didn't give a.
I have heard Andy say he doesn't give a shit about Summer. Yeah, I have. And I find it to be completely fucking ridiculous.
And you heard me try to warn him about this group and that we were trying to help Summer. You heard it. And he didn't take the warning, and now he's got a leash and a collar, and now he's wrapped up in so much stuff. It's like, you know, he called up Jenny and Adrian and Lips and Bell's for line on him, getting it twisted, and the only time he'd actually reply and it wouldn't be stall was when it was about money and inboxes or sending us receipts. And he said he was getting punished, which meant he wasn't getting cash outs because they got it twisted as an Adrian, Jenny, the rest. And then he had to go on for story because it was already in courts. They'd already done the police calls, all that crap. Yeah, you remember all them police calls and all the crap? Tiffany Marie, all of y'all were participating in a group online effort. Remember all that? Okay. Anyway, let's rewind a bit. And Adrian and Lips and the rest screaming at me. Child support years and all this, you know, so it's just always garbage to him. And I know you've heard him say he don't give a damn about Summer, but he wanted $500 interviews. You've heard him scream at me and say he didn't give a.
I have heard Andy say he doesn't give a shit about Summer. Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Guess when Tiffany heard that the first time? Like October-ish of 21. Did that keep Tiffany from supporting him or knowing about it or any of that? Hell no, it didn't. She was right over at BK while they were doing private discords for $15 or $5 a pop per question for Monster. She was right there in the middle of the fucking hive, trying to help Jenny, Adrian, the rest set up false 5150s on me, emergency custody shit, calling DCS, doing all the things, tampering with the lawsuit shit, all these things. And then trying to get Monster custody of Little, so they get a hold of Little. And to break me as a human being, right? And that's in quotes, and to destroy me at all costs. But yet, she stood there and patty caked with Fizzle and Benny and Jenny and Adrian and supported, even though she's like, no, I never liked that guy. I didn't really support him. But you were in the channels. You didn't call it out. You didn't stop it. You didn't go over and go, did you lay into Monster the way you're laying into fucking Hilts right now? Exactly, blatantly. Where was the outrage then? That's right, it didn't profit. You know what profited? Using my abuser and Little's abuser to abuse us some more while you all also abused us. Because, you know, find a missing kids case and everybody around it. Insert, and then hunt until that last fucking dog, I guess, falls down fucking dead. Didn't stop y'all, did it? You knew before the rest of the world knew, and you never would. No matter how many times I tried to get you to say it outright. Never would admit that you'd heard it, and you finally did. A couple weeks ago, praise Jesus. Mary, mother, whatever the fuck it is that you are. I don't know. Look, lady, ma'am. I mean, I do try to respect my elders. You had no problem supporting, upholding, and even trying to get an absolute abuser, a monster you knew, and you just confirmed, you had heard scream at us about he didn't give a fuck one about the summer fucking whales. And if there was money to be made, he wanted to be here. $500 an interview, $500 this, that, and the other. And see, that had to do with crime lines and lies and others. And You know, all those associated with your little group, wiggling in, having choke chains on monsters, solitaire, the promise of campers, the promise of shit, to get control. You had no problem using an abuser and a monster, much like now in this current cycle. I guess all of y'all think I'm really that fucking stupid, huh? So anyway, you had no problem. You definitely didn't call it out. You weren't fucking outraged by it. You were helping with it. And you knew the dude, and I'm so sorry here for being extraordinarily honest. Play the fucking recording. I've got it too, Tiffany. Proof you were on the other phone, you were listening, and what he said. Call me on it. You heard him scream it in a way that makes whoever that is behind Andrew Hiltz in your little message look like child's play. You heard Monster openly fucking not just screaming at us, but outright abusing us. Mentally, emotionally, again, trying to trigger Little like he always does, etc. It made who the hell this is in the background behind Hiltz, it made that look like child's play, didn't it? You still supported it. Weren't outraged by it. You helped it get Cash App Gang. You even tried to help it get control and custody of a child that had already chosen in court after he threw the child off and didn't get their birthday or age or anything else right. Y'all forced that child back into court settings other than just an order of protection. It should have been signed and done. None of y'all's bullshittery needed. None of the extra crap needed. That he didn't even listen to the judge about. Y'all gave him like less than 100 to go file the paperwork. The judge told him not to for custody and visits and all this shit. And the judge didn't like that either. Chewed his ass over. Y'all didn't care to traumatize and hurt Little in that way, to make her see him far more than she wanted to, and to go through the CASA and DCS and all this. By the way, they determined before even Little, not that Stahl and Monster weren't fit to raise a fucking pinky, their own, much less anybody else's, but it still meant court and all this stuff, because paperwork, because y'all gave him at least that much money to do it instantly. And he gave the dumbest reason ever on paper, despite the judge telling him not to even file it. I know what you've done. No, you did. And I'll go one step further, Tiffany, because I have it recorded too. Call me on. When you heard him very, very recently. Because Little was put into this situation. Forced to have contact. Last phone call with that piece of shit. Who clearly in his message, as I put here, as proof. Receipts, right? Because we always have to have. He knew beforehand she wanted no contact. He's like, well, if you contact me then. So it was forcing. And despite her not wanting any contact, she still called him. She had to. She really had no choice. I just want one phone call and I'll leave you alone. Blah, 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 right? Still forced. She was alone when she made that call. She's a smart girl. She recorded. I and the family were far out in the other end of the house. Heard him start getting screamy, yelly with her, all kinds of other shit. Aggressive. Moved closer. We could hear that he was trying to mind fuck and manipulate her. Little kept calling him on it. He didn't like it. And he kept trying to make her think all this fucking shit. Little was like, man, are you fucking serious? And in that, he got her shit wrong again to her face about her age, all sort of crap. And in that, he told her. He blackmailed her. And he said, well, if you want something, I want something. You want to be left alone, you want me to drop this, blah, blah. Although we already knew by crossing DCS and stuff that he had no hope in hell. Him nor Stahl. So, and she's old enough to choose for herself, assholes. She already had. No need for tragedy pimps. It was all stupid. It was a game. It was entertainment for you all in the world, wasn't it? And to torment, to twist in the fucking knife to wounds, to re-traumatize. Real abusers, survivors, petitos, harmonies, potential harmonies. Or to create them, manufacture them. Because you want to control the child, much like you want control of Hunter right now. In that, he tried to blackmail her, told her to give her whatever in court, let it go, do whatever, wouldn't continue after her if X was. Basically, making it to where if I didn't do whatever and she could make me do whatever, then he'd leave her be. Blackmail. In that, he also made sure once again to tell her he didn't give a flying fuck about Summer. That was just a couple months ago. You heard that for yourself. It still beats whatever the fuck this shit is that you sent me and your tragedy pimping on today, homie. Oh, fuck. I just sent her an accidental thumbs up, y'all. My bad. Happens. Where's the outrage? Tiffany, did you go on a 3-week Psycho World tour of absolute outrage at Monster? Did you go out the fact that he was blackmailing a minor at risk being abused by him openly and recorded? Hell, it was so blatant you couldn't miss that he was trying to mind fucking manipulate the shit out of her and blackmail her and was yelling at her and all kinds of shit, calling her nicknames he'd never called her before in his whole life. Even Little was why she was like, what the fuck? In the background you can hear Stahl and others who he's recording with at the time swearing he's alone. Right? Because that was Little's request. She was alone, he was alone. She ain't a dumb girl though. Thank God for that. But you could hear him in the background whistling at him around doorways. It's a rainy man when he was getting a little out of control, and then he was doing the sickly sweetheart. He's never called that child sweetheart in her fucking life. She was like, ugh, what the fuck? And then he kept telling her, nuh-uh, somebody told you to do whatever. And she's like, the fuck? Are you crazy, motherfucker? Nobody told me to do shit. He didn't like that shit. Kept trying to just mind fuck. Like him and his parents are notorious for. Like you've seen him do to Eldest when he's around. So you got to shit talk, you got to do this, and no, it's that. Same thing he did to me for, well, he's still doing it 3 decades. I don't know what to tell you. Know what you think, what you saying, what you think, or what you say, and doubt your fucking reality, and do this and do that, and just give in. And a whole lot of monsters, abusers, cons rely on that method that you'll give the fuck in. You don't say anything, they can record, it'll look a certain way. By this point, Monster Stahl in the group, they know. They know. And he's learning. For all them $500 interviews and them discords, you and BK and Penny, Jenny and Adrian ran with you. $5 a pop and questions. Campers galore. Weddings paid for. All the things. So he could buy dope. Sling it out here on the fucking streets. Yeah, he did that with your all's fucking shit. While not paying child support, not paying the landlord, stealing from the government and federal pandemic funds under Little's name, filing fucking taxes for a child he has no custody or paternity, anything of that nature over. Never paying a dime in child support. Working 30 jobs under the table. One that lies for him pays him partially under the table, just like it does the rest of the guys. So they don't have to pay the baby mamas. I have proof of that, or I wouldn't say it. You know, Where's your fucking outrage, man? That you watched an abuser abuse us twice? Where's some whatever the fuck this shit is that you're raising hell about? And so, oh my god, Summer! About. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it, Slithers? Why wouldn't you for so long admit? Well, you know, I mean, hell, at points I thought about playing the recordings, I really did. But I decided to wait on you, and I guess thank God that moment happened a few weeks ago. Thank you, Tiffany. For finally admitting what we've all known. You've known since before that motherfucker was ever public. And you fed him to the public, and you helped. You damn sure didn't call him out. Did you get chasing up there to put a rubber stamp on? Twisting things, did you? No, I don't recall that. I don't recall that. I don't recall 9 billion of your fucking streams with his name in it. Or biddings. Chasings. Squalls. PGs. Anybody's really. You've known the whole time, before most have, that this motherfucker was absolutely back here. Behind the scenes the whole time with orders of protection in place and everything else. You heard what he said about Summer. You heard him abuse us. You heard him mentally try to mindfuck and blackmail a minor child that you all had pushed into play while still playing with him with his little teammates, Jenny and Adrian, still on the side while you were all like, oh, Joe, give me a fucking break. It shit y'all enacted to put all that shit in play for Monster. Well, you continue to play me like I'm stupid. But where's the outrage? Where is it? Why wouldn't you admit it or say it for so long? Dare any of you go back to any of our live streams where I've mentioned it to see if I could get a response prior and a final admission of it? For 2 fucking plus years. She never would. She'd skip over it and she'd divert. Till recently. Till very recently. Wonder why that is. You know why? Because they knew eventually, they thought, order in place, whatever, they keep him behind the scenes, right? Still use him and Stall and everybody else to eat me. Via Chicken on Stick, Piper, Jenny, Adrian's, whatever, Benny. Benny was involved in that, you know, all that shit too, but with the choking and leashing and collaring. And then they thought, well, those orders got to end sometime. When it does, he's our guy. He's our guy. We'll use him to target and trigger and do all the things to this survivor and current fighter. Because, well, even though we knew he's still doing all these things to her and the child, we got to save him. Got to keep him in the goody good part of. We got to cleanse his butthole. Keep him in the way until he can come out. And then he did for a bit. And then the orders went back in place. Still in the background the whole time. Still comes out randomly. Always violating the fuck out of them orders. Y'all don't care. Where's the outrage? Yeah, you help him do it every day. You pay him for it still. Where's the outrage? He milks this place and y'all help him. While he abuses openly. And behind the scenes, helps you all out, makes y'all cash up gang. I ain't seen anywhere near the faux fucking Bones-esque outrage you're holding today with this shit. Don't virtue signal it. What the fuck do you mean don't ever question my intentions when it comes to Summer, Jody? These people are gutter rat trash pieces of shit. And I know there is no way you can or would ever support this. Right? Now walk your ass to the closest mirror you want to look in it. Read that. Read it back to yourself. Gutter rat trash. Try me. You know what else to tell you. Furthermore, I don't support monster like that. I didn't say go give Hiltz big squishes or share Hiltz links or say I supported whoever the fuck that guy is in the background talking that shit. So what the fuck are you even coming at me with this bullshit in the first place inside of my message? Why? I never once said I supported anything. I didn't say go give Hiltz all the big squishes. Go make sure Hiltz's fridge was full. Go make sure Hiltz has ways to... I didn't do it either. Or whoever the fuck that guy is in the background. Okay? I didn't do that. What the fuck do you mean? I know you can't support this. Bitch, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. That's, like I said there, Hunter, family, support those going through the shit. They didn't post Hiltz's links to anything. They posted fucking Hunter's. And I'll continue to, if need be. Don't test me. It's the difference between right versus wrong. Humanity versus fucking monsters. Yeah, tragedy pimp. Stop milking that cow, miss. Don't ever question my intentions around Summer, Jody. Bitch, what do you mean? And when the hell did I ever get on here in the past couple days and question Miss Summerville's godmother's intentions around Summer? When the hell was she here a true topic of anything over the past few days? Other than maybe in just a general well-organized group terrorizing people online, tragedy pimp, milking cow, hunting dog style shit. Anybody remember me questioning? What? What are Tiffany Marie's intentions around Summer this week? Huh? It doesn't even make sense. The only way in which it makes sense is trying to distract and get her and Benny some views right now after they've come out of a quick retirement cycle. I don't know. Drama, anything around so they can, I don't know, make money, clicks, views, virtue signaling, make bank again off family they've already exploited, and witnesses and shit. I don't know. Sure is meant to do that. Some form of that. Some amalgamation of it. Is this enough content for tomorrow? I don't get it. So, Tiffany Marie, don't ever question my intentions towards monsters or my compass or my humanity. Because I gotta tell you, yours is sadly lacking. Whole lot of monster, definitely very little. And I'm pretty sure we all know your intentions around stuff. This is it, man. This is the show. The show must go on. We see who you're willing to hurt, be extra cruel to, kick while they're down, grind the knife into the wound to use for content. Flip flop on, eat from both ends. Do the good versus bad storyline one more fucking time around this shithole. The way the whole group can help, right? Because that's what it is. That's what you're watching again. There's got to be a bad guy to make good content for entertainment right now, right? Unfortunately, it involves real lives. Real satellite tragedies occurring around an already existing tragedy. and they will eat them all while they circle summer wells. They will design, manufacture them, create chaos around them, tamper with them. They do in all situations. I don't know. I think the guy in the background there, Hiltz, was telling you all to maybe for once knock off the cash cow. I don't think he was talking about anybody else but tragedy pimps making money off of. Yeah, I just whatever, you know. Although if that's the same fella that was saying Hunter was this, that, and the other, and that uncle from a few weeks ago, I got problems with that. I don't like what this dude said. He doesn't even know how long Summer's missing this year. I don't know who the guy is, nor do I care. And I think it's highly disrespectful right now that everybody, their content today is this whole, Allie's not dead, or she is dead, and oh my god, Hiltz lied, whatever, I don't know. Hiltz is an idiot. Seriously, guys, we've known this. Pretty sure it's pretty apparent the other day. It's been apparent. Look, he said pneumonia went to her brain. So any medical stuff, and it's like when H was talking about her eyes getting better, I was hoping that meant they were getting pupil reaction. But maybe not so. Anyway, that can only play out the way it plays out. And, both things connect. People are really, I've watched a couple things very briefly, seen more than a few commenters left, especially where BK and TM are. Checked into that shit show for literally about 25 seconds. Chat was, well, she's still a machine, she's alive. It's not really the way that works, but that's how far down they're splitting frog hairs, okay? They're like, well, until organ transplant, this area ain't really dead. So she's not dead or being lied to. There's medical life and then there's true life. And there's also possibility of being taken off of machines and your body pulling through, but you're left in just a shell state. I think that's a nightmare to think about for most of us. You just exist somewhere in a hospital bed, shell only. That's it. No true life. Just a shell. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. Hunter and his siblings and that family around Allie need support. And if you can't be kind, at least don't be fucking cool. And if the tragedy pimps are about doing the right thing like I called for the other day, they would have ponied up some of that bazillions they've made off of Hunter and his family for all these years, quietly, no virtue signaling, and backed hold the fuck away. Nope. But what do you see them doing? Offering a couple $100, $20. They're putting out links so chat and members with hearts can give. But they ain't coughing up none of that cash themselves, really. Are they? And then there's caveats, alright. Oh, well, I'll give you this, Hiltz. I'll do this for you, Lola, if you'll just get near that kid, or you'll get him to get an interview, or this, or I'll give them that, if you'll... Man, ain't y'all made enough money? Can't you just leave them be? But no, it's like, Milo, all these children, you always trying to get your hands on them, or people around them, like Monster, who will exploit them for $500 interviews, $5 pop questions. People who will make up shit about services or medical stuff, people to hunt us down worst times, always insert them into hospitals around us. Medical care. You're doing the same thing to Hunter and Allie. True and the rest right now. Not one of you have done what's right. That I know of, anyway, so far. I've not touched all the buttons. And maybe there is somewhere out there one of these creators who have just given something. With no strings attached, no hopes of getting your H or getting information back. If people are sent by other creators here to come sell everybody else, including Allie, woman can't even be left alone in that type of setting or anything else. Anyway, let's go back a bit. Here, Tiffany Marie. Nice little hypocrite she is. Say it again. Don't you? Kind of enjoy it. God, I knew there was another stall because of a birthday, seasonal, it's a known thing. But either way, no matter what he does, my clothes on lives, everything, so it's okay, but he's an
Question, but this is a question.
Mine was named, like Fred gave Ziggy a false name for my eldest at one point. It was like, hi, and all that,
Yeah, I remember that. He called him Andy Jr., right? Okay.
So, I mean, there was just all kinds of everything, and there's so many. There's like Hill too. There's just so many Andrews and everything,
I could probably answer this question, but this is a question someone's asking you, Jody. It says, Jody Sue, I'm just curious. You've made it clear that you absolutely despise your ex, but it feels like you'll still do anything to defend his honor. Why is that? I'm asking respectfully.
Did you hear her, though, say she could answer that question? Tell me that ain't weird. How in the hell's another woman going to speak to why I do any such thing with an abuser? Or why I do whatever it is I do? But she said, well, I can probably answer this question. That's a pretty goddamn personal question. That really only the person who's lived it, survived it, trying to still survive it, to fight it, could answer. According to Tiffany Marie, she can answer. It means she can narrate it, script it, manufacture it. He is an absolute monster. He is dangerous. He has done everything I have said, and then some that I have still not said, or given all the receipts for half decades of it. He's an absolute danger. And he can hide the good old good country boy thing. His mask is better than C&D's or all that type of thing, but I have this whole thing about, and I hate, and it's like this place initially made me. I have to come forward and be like, hey, and defending him, but that's the thing.
The truth is the truth. Like that.
The truth is the truth, and I'll lay the right shit at the right monsters. You know what I mean? Now, he will not do the same. You can see him tormenting my kid, trying to get at me any way he can, wearing my clothes on lives, everything. So that's funny. The judge does not. None of the stuff being done, the group efforts to torment or even to get up. In the world thought it was cute when he had the dog in the stroller thing. They didn't realize that too was him ha-haing at us because he had come here against order protection. He's supposed to be wearing ours, stolen the dog. Not that dog, but another one. And it was him installing the creators, and Jenny and Adrian's and Tiffany's are having a quiet joke about it. And I have proof of it. I have proof he was here, proof he's the one with the dogs. That's why you hear him in the background telling Stall Pump to go shut the fucking dogs up so often. It's because he knew I'd recognize Bark. But I didn't need none of that. I heard him out here when he was trespassing. Little was terrified. I had to stay with her. I also have the messages where he admits it to family and others that he's got her. Others have pictures of everything. The point is, that was the haha joke. He knew we'd see it. How y'all like abuse out in the open? Entertaining? Shirts, all the clothing of mine he was wearing, including every court date he was wearing the same clothing. For many court dates, it's the last stuff I bought him just a couple days before everything. Literally. The judge didn't find what he was doing on my clothing and shit. Y'all did. Hell sure made whole ass merch on it. The taco post, y'all thought it was funny. I'm sure Stahl didn't realize. She might have, because she's a little monster of her own. But that was something I and Little and he exerted together. It's one of our favorite meal things together. He knew it. It was also a hit at me with a guy who was whatever place. So anyway, but yeah, abuse right out in the open. The wedding y'all paid for, meanwhile there's recordings here where he literally stated he was just getting married to get at me. It's wild for a guy that's like, I'm out, ain't it? Yeah. Weird as fuck. But hashtag love wins. Anyway, carried on. Y'all watched it. You continue to watch it unfold and support it. And try to help it flip that script along with these creators. Sure enough. Essentially killed that him and Stahl played in with this group, all that stuff. It ain't cute. And he's still doing it. It's just like right now, he out and about in the streets again right before holiday. That's the same deal been through for almost 3 decades anyway. And I guess now, even though we're not together, it's still the same song and dance, right? He does make sure eyes are on us. He knows what's going on. He contacts people around us. Still boxed. He's still got eyes, ears on, drives by, does the whole thing, whole night, right? He knows what we're doing 24 hours a day. It's ridiculous. But it's near holiday. It's time for him to come out again. And we didn't tell anybody we were leaving here. Not even family until last moments. And as soon as we did, I'll be, bam. I let out word in the background. 1 or 2, right? To test to see which one was feeding back to this group. Monster immediately started trying to dig, which tells me, I know what little birdies have gotten my shit that are still working for the same crew. Y'all take a guess which one of you two it is. Anyway, but that happened at damn near the same time we told family we were leaving. Monster suddenly starts contacting everybody, digging in. Won't know where we're at, this and the other, tragedy pimps, whole nine just a few days ago, all the things. Even the family, the questions were so wild, invasive, even for him. Right? They were like, what the fuck? Oh yeah. Even set alarm bells up. It was strange. More than is normal. Hey, where are her and Little at? What are they doing? What's their life like? What'd they eat today? What color was their piss? Stall, I guarantee you, is not even aware. Halftime. Hell, halftime, I guarantee you, because I can see the change in texts and stuff that go back and forth other than the audible calls. I can tell the difference in typing and handwriting. But halftime, she's got the goddamn phone like always. Trying to get messages for tragedy pimps. Probably what motherfucker hiring hell passed out somewhere. Because she's enjoying it. Like she's always enjoyed playing fucking games. Well, before summer ever vanished. She's a twisted little fucking sick puppy. Alright, so anyway, she loves this place, let me tell you. Drama does it for her. You ever met a bitch with 90 social media accounts and pretending to be other family members with the same name and shit for years? That's called scandalous. That's called you got some shit. You're fucking around and finding out too many places throughout your life. You ain't got one skis backup stream. No, you got 90 plus pretending and mixing up names and your family name. You got some shit to hide, skirt. You scandalous bitch. Also, she was on her kids' accounts trying to get on my children's accounts to skis on mine and Monster's lives well before my surgery. And she absolutely did pretend, play, try to call police, set up some shit down in her courthouse thing. I've got videos of her, absolutely, and I've shown them to y'all. Stalking on the children, circling, especially Monster ain't there, falling into what was supposed to be a little surgical appointment, all these things, and then she'll take a pic, do whatever, or I'll just do a still frame from them. She won't realize, or she doesn't realize half of those videos. People are like, Jody Sue said it. I wasn't even around. It's just the kids, including those two, taped her doing this fuck shit. And she didn't make it, and then she eventually she'll come around and she'll zoom off and run, and she'll call Monster and must be like, Jody Sue's following me, and she makes it look at her and she'll take pictures back. But I have the video showing her following us for eons, circling us, circling the children. Then she does that jetting thing and acts like, and she'll get pictures being like, look who's behind me. Luckily I have the videos. Sure do. So anyway, there's that. Bitch is wild. Anyway, she has a problem with drama. Very sus, that one. Even before, I mean, I don't know how much more sus you gotta be than banging cancer, domestic violence, surgical, radiation, people's guys knowing full well because you're reading and thinking it's giggle time as you're in Messenger typing and pretending to be him, and you think you're dealing with a dumb bitch who doesn't realize that. You think, and you like playing games like that, and you can see clearly he's abusing and beating on women and children, and then you're like, oh, but, you know. She did, though. She picked, she chose, and she knew she was getting with a dope head. She knew she was getting with a dude that beat on women and children, animals. She was fully aware. Takes a special type of motherfucker to be doing any of that shit. Alright? So anyway. Point is that, this place has held them all up. Their addictions, their theft, their milking of all of you all, their ass cleansing, hold on. And you all have watched them abuse us openly and behind the scenes. Those like Tiffany have known about it. He goes into court and he goes, oh, but Jody C's being mean to me on YouTube. And then you have Stick dropping the false lawsuit, moving it on purpose right in front of the same judge, picking the exact date my son was going to ship out on to where I couldn't say goodbye. Stick's kin to Monster, all these things. Monster's offering to sell her firearms, hold them, dealing dope with her. All these things are occurring at the same time. He is having Eldest talk shit, like Eldest has been trained to do, recording it, him and Stahl and others are, putting it out in public. Y'all watched it as entertainment. As he's abused all of us. Inserted into my family, people he'd never been around before. Ever. In all decades. Couldn't stand. Then suddenly he gets a job right beside of their house and shit. And a place he knows they go to the store continuously. He's like, hey, can we be friends now? And so I was like, hi. I'm going to have to ask you to walk up in your house too. And it's okay. You know, and all that shit. Inserts right back around Eldest, who had just freely got away from him, gave him no time to think about, to react to, and knew it would triangulate him away from people he respected and feel pulled and pushed. It was abuse. And what you are witnessing out here between that dynamic was absolute abuse by Monster, Stahl, and others. and people who didn't know any better. Tiffany Marie and Olin held it up, though. Everybody does. Still do. But she knew the whole time when we done. Long before you public. Where's her absolute outrage and 9,000 streams been? And I'm telling you, every time she's heard it from Monster, it's been far worse than whatever garbage shit she's virtue signaling on today. Far worse. And she's known about it the whole time. And she's helped him with Fizzle and Benny make Cash App Gang Gang. Because they make Cash App Gang Gang. Just like when the only time he could answer on the messenger instead of stall typing for him was to be like, oh, I get money, and oh, well, he was like, not getting in, and he was like, so you tell me I'm being punished because people got it twisted, as in Adrian, Jenny, the rest, Lips, etc. lied, and then he had to lie to courts to cover everybody's asses, and stuff they'd done, the stuff Jenny, Adrian's, the Pennies, the Tiffany's had called in falsely to courts, DAs, advocates, branch houses, whole nine. I mean, all that shit. Shit, he couldn't get caught up in that. And he had to make it look like I was the big bad. But she says mean things about me on YouTube about the real abuse I committed and I'm still doing to her and the children while I'm still wearing her shirt and posting these pictures of tacos and dogs and things that look innocent, or with the Grinch. That was a funny one, too. He knows why. I doubt Stall does. Then again, she might. I did post pictures pretty publicly and make my thing known. She does a little bit Facebook shit. She tries real hard with the Lilo and Stitch and Ohana stuff. She's got a problem. She be skeezing still. It's weird. And her trying to torment with lawyer talk not too long ago too. Been like, we need a lawyer, pro bono, and this the other for a child. Bitch, you better be all the other children you ain't raised, because I know you ain't trying to shift mine again. So anyway, there's a problem. Oh well, she picked. She chose. She and it just never thought anybody would know. And there'd be no voice to call it out. And to keep calling it out. And to keep keeping us safe from them and this group. I just didn't think the whole world might know. And that a survivor and fighter and her children would be able to speak out so loudly that who they are and what they are would be known, and what they've done and what they still do would be known. They chose. He chose to abuse, be what he is. She chooses to be what she is. She chose to choose all the things. It's not on me. Doesn't mean I've got to be like, well, she's not going to say anything. You think for all the time she was skeezing on my social media prior to everything happening, she'd realized that I wasn't quiet even before Summer vanished about Monster's abuse of us. I guess she thought that would be all it ever was. That I might say something on Facebook, Twitter, or something, yeah, go after it. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Shit is as it is. Either way, this round, them, all of them, they've known. Tiffany's known. Where was the outrage? 900 live streams. Virtue signal. Right. Crickets. Crickets. You know what they will do, though? They will manufacture, tamper with each of us, try to set each of us off. They'll create fake monsters run around chat. They'll do all kinds of shit They'll try to pit each of us against each of us. They'll fill dumbasses' ears with shit. They'll try to trigger me with lives. They'll have Monster being paid to go into chats. They'll do whatever it is, right? In order to set off shit with paperwork, to tamper with court shit, because that would make better food, wouldn't it? And they'll keep Monster clean until they think, again, he's in the clear. Because at some point they want him fully out in the open. Because money's what matters. Not stopping potatoes or actual abusers and monsters who are capable of murder, death, destruction, and abuse out in the open, behind doors, in front of them, public spaces, all the worst things you can imagine. They will prop those motherfuckers up over here and cleanse their butts. It pays them more to do so. While they pretend to tell you all they're hunting down, they give a shit about the Bryans and all this there to hunt them down and, Harmony's dad and this one and the parents that whatever. No, they ain't. They will pretend to hunt others and care about those crimes as they simultaneously prop those up like monster and help them abuse and to try to set off things. Court things, jail things, make it to where picking up a phone's about useless. No justice can be served. No justice can be had. And you just basically have to wait until you're dead or in a body bag. And then somebody might do something with those papers. Or maybe eventually, I don't know, things happen with federal indictments. Because of how things have played with certain things in patty cake. I don't know. And broken so many goddamn laws. And a group effort online. So much proof all working together and lying with orders in place. Even so far as to try to get us killed. And breaking and entering the whole none. That's what it is, right? It's abuse out in the open. Even the judge could recognize that. The cops here for the call knew the call was bullshit. Judge knew what he was doing was abusing. The judge knew immediately from his question was, well, can I get visitation? Judge like, get file paperwork. Second question, does that cost money? Judge is like, yeah. How much? Actually, it was, can I file for custody? Okay, I want to do that right now. Judge is like, you can't do that right now. You got to file for that. And I'm telling you, go get paternity and shit done first. And then you can come back. Well, does that cost money to file? Yeah, it was, can I hit at her? And he was mad. And his tone was mad. Judge recognized it for what it was. And also during that one, he was slamming seats up and down, slamming door, going in and out of courtrooms. Didn't like he was coming back. They had to go retrieve him. Yeah. All right in front of Little's workers I had gotten her to protect her in court settings and to keep her clear of certain things and have buffers. That he thought were lawyers. Then he was pissed, trying to go to DA's tables, be like, can I just hire one of you? Because he was pissed when I was talking to the district attorneys. Yeah, he showed who what he is, and he's shown it in Hawkins several times. But now apparently one judge took exception in a way, but recordings I have say him and Stone either one can keep their temper. But Hawkins, he's used to getting his way, being allowed to act however he wanted to, and them helping him flip script and laugh because of favors. Fucker. So he mistook this for there. You know what to. but they recognized it for what it was and what he was doing, and that he was trying to get little on purpose and work with this group. They're not entirely stupid or oblivious up here. So, anyway. Now, speaking of that, I noticed late last night, early this morning, it looked like while I was live over here at some point, close to it, that monster, or fuck, I don't know, an AB with a monster account running amok, which I highly suspect, for reasons, showed up twice in 2 days. Had a flavor on it for me, kind of chuckled. But it was like it was waiting on us. Cher and that nutter, knowledge is power, who threatened the sheriff's life and his son's and was stalking him and his family and all that shit. And I still don't know how that one's not in a cell for that alone. So that nutter's dressed the nine, has a lollipop, being her usual, I don't know, it was a little toned down methy psycho self, but thought that odd. I was like, man, it's almost like, when you see that generally and not just some pop up from somebody in their living room, casual clothing, Cher seemed a little too ready, too speed walky, like they were waiting on something. Starts in on me. 1 hit, 2 hit, high point, la la la, right? Trigger and shit. And instantly, there's monster in the chat. I'm talking magical, bewitched nose wigglings. I'm like, damn, that was awful quick. That was weird. That was weird. Mentioned him and poof. You know. Anyway, a couple words in there that didn't match monster that were typed out. I was like, Weathervane. Cher's like, I'll drop you a link. Monster wouldn't answer. Then it was, no, I'm good. I'm eating dinner or whatever. Odd. They're just in Josh's and supposedly want a link over there, and here in shares, and then here's knowledge is power talking shit about me, my children, super triggering shit, right? Attempted anyway. Almost like it was damn scripted. Cher's way. You ever notice when she really wants something, and it's the same thing she does to me until she gets overexcited. First time I ever went in her room, she did the same shit, accused me of and that was just in chat. I didn't know what I was stepping into. I hit the button, couldn't figure out why I got the notification. It had my name in it. I go over there. Bitches accusing me of being kicked under the table and everything. That was when I first had, like, I think the video's been released, but I hadn't been on anything really. She's like, you'll come up with this and that and the other. You know, it's that abusive, like, trigger shit. You're a liar. You're this. You're that. You're blah, blah, blah. Well, come up and explain your fucking self. Fucking cunts. You know, shit like that. You can tell when Cher really wants something, but also when shit around here is scripted. It works on certain dumbasses. I'm not one of those. Like that day when her and Beanie were doing that shit, when I walked in, I was like, bitch, I ain't got shit to prove you. I got my own receipt. Like, fuck off. Bye now. I don't even know who the fuck you are other than, you know, Dawn and Candace both laugh at your ass. You know what I mean? Joke. So anyway. And I left. Anyway, so last night, though, I'm watching this / early this morning. I'm recording, obviously. I'm like, where are I going with this? And of course, it's knowledge's power, just knocking it out of the park with these, and targeting in on my children. Where's little? Where's this? Is that poor child's just sitting back there quietly while every day she's on on live for 12 hours. She's just back there all silent and told to be quiet and all this. And you should go hire a lawyer and get her for parental alienation. And can't you do that? And can't you do this and that and the other? And I guess they're all hoping I'm watching. I wasn't at the time. Obviously, as they're here at some point. There's a couple hours difference, maybe. But, and I'd been sent messages I had not gotten to at that point. I didn't bother with until after this. I was like, oh, that's what people were trying to tell me. Oops. Also, found it weird. Some other things. So anyway, I was like, man, he's got too much flavor on. Can't jump that link. But then he's all like, I'll talk to you, just message me. My email's at a service. What? Okay. Same thing went down in Ryan's. Then you remember Ryan going on about how he was going to give access to his properties? Shit that makes no sense. He was talking about properties being sold, but they hadn't been. They were just put in trust. Also, never did see him get up on those properties, did you? And the only contact you ever actually seen was him swearing there had been contact with him and Monster. Swearing he'd been given permission to go on property. Why didn't that happen when he was on fields? Interesting, huh? That he didn't have the right answer. He's like, oh, I'm going to use their access to get up onto the mountain thing. I knew all the things he was saying was wrong. I'm like, can't really be talking to Monster thinking that's how this works. This ain't, no. And then all the shit, and then the whole job thing, but it said he's not there, he's fired. Ryan went after he was fired. He talked to the, all these things. It just didn't add up. It's like, this has a fake ass flavor on it, bro. Much is to be same for the last few nights where Josh's shares could very well be Monster floating out in the open, just trying to trigger the shit out of fuck with. It is near little birthday. Just be expected. Whatever. Found it weird. Anyway, so yeah, and a little too hard hitting. Had a flavor on it. So I started to release a few things this morning. I was like, watch this. Post them for a few seconds. Then I immediately broke. It's just how I'm rolling. And then I was like, no. We're not going to do this. They're trying to play games. And I'm not going to participate in it. It's always the trigger her with the children and the abuser. Abuser will participate in it. I know this. You all know this. And money talks. But also, let's remember Tiffany Marie, BK, and AB are all notorious for fake Gmails and YouTube accounts. They have done this with my siblings, family members, myself. Monster's been dumb enough to fall for the shit several times. He didn't understand how back chat worked either. Thought it was real me. Since the dumbass has never been able to spell my name correctly or anything else, he didn't realize the one had one off. He's an idiot, okay? They were able to make him buy this shit, others around us buy this shit when they were on panels thinking it was really me in back chats and in chats talking to them and about them. It wasn't me, dude. It was their fake accounts, but they were trying to get family drama and shit, right? Like when my sibling was in chats and things. They had fake me going around, looking like it was doing or saying things in those same chats with people. Took me forever to be like, well, not me, bro. They've done the same to Monster. So it's always hard telling. However, it's pretty easy to get little turncoats when all these motherfuckers are really big fans of so many mods and wrenches. To send you the deets on accounts and chats. So anyway, there's that too as well. Happens. Send you shit, plotting and planning too. Either way, thing is, I'm like, nah, new plan. We're gonna start eating the tragedy pimps every time they want to fuck with me like that. Anyway, and I guess I can keep wondering about stupid shit. Oh, and then the high notes of knowledge, power, and Shirley's mind. It was also the false bullshit about how they asked him about, oh, did you see Summer's body and all this other bullshit, right? Jody Sue said. And then knowledge, and there's a big debate, and blah blah, and there's Monster in the chat going, it was a dream. No, it wasn't a dream. I know he said that on his live streams. I hope he told the feds the truth. I doubt that sincerely. Absolutely, I doubt it. It was not a fucking dream. Little has been interviewed by the FBI about it. Candace knew about it before we ever moved out of that place. Just not long, a few days after he did that to Little, Candace knew about it. She heard it from Little herself. And it was never said that he had seen Summer's dead body. It was always said, always, that all he was doing was trying to torment, terrorize, hurt Little. His last interactions with her were just that. He knew she had already been traumatized. She was chaos. The investigation was full tilt, helicopters flying, this other. He's being crazy. There's meth in play those last few days. There's all this shit occurring, right? His insanity, stall, pushing and pulling, making shit worse. He knows he's already fucked her and found out, got caught. You know, because for months he'd been going, if you just, more than months, just let me quit this job. If you don't let me quit this job, it's going to destroy our lives. Wait and see, wait and see. He was trying to get away from stuff. Then he figured out he was with a fucking crazy bitch that was going to out him no matter what, and he was hoping if he was able to quit that job, get another one, she'd just slowly fade away is what he's hoping. She ain't the type. But then when Summer vanished, it was just a catalyst for everything, you know. And he had no choice. He'd also boohooed one and bullshit parents at that point. No, but he fucked around and found out too much. I mean, he just has to know the situation. The dynamics there between all parties. Either way, it was never said by Little or I that he was like, I seen Summer's dead body. It was always said, always, that all he did was use what he thought, which was that Candace and Dawn had murdered Summer. That's what he said to Little. He knew she was traumatized. He knew shit was raining down. He knew how hard everything was. And he's always mentally, emotionally abusive anyway. Like any monster, they find your weak spots, right? Just like these creators, and then they just twist the knife. Not long before and during the middle of, and the height of everything, those first few weeks and months, whatever, I knew Little and Eldest needed a break from him. I sent them out of there to where they could have a few days break. I had also bought food for Little. That way nobody'd have to cook. I bought her like pasta and something else from Italiano's. She'd already eaten. I knew this, but I was like, in case she get hungry later or the scenario, it's there. And it was my money. It paid for it. Monster's mom is very abusive where it concerns food and other things. There's been incidents in the past involving police where, you know, she smacked my son through the face. She took a yogurt out of the trash, put her hands in it, got the rest out, and smacked my son through the face. And then he ran here to my family's, and then Monster's dad, his fat ass, eventually, tracked him down here to my mom's house, was dragging him across the road to the barn, to the van, and my brother, my mom, my papa could hear what the fuck was going on. My son was screaming for help. Little had been strapped into the car seat so tight she couldn't breathe. My son broke Monster's daddy's nose over the shit when that was occurring because he didn't want to go into the vehicle. He was placed in the vehicle. The shit was occurring. Monster's fat ass daddy was squishing the hell out of Little, who was very little at the time. It terrified her so much. She's never and she remembers it vividly. She's never wanted anything to do with them, doesn't like them, is terrified of them. You could go over there, and she wouldn't even get out of the car. That tells you anything. But, my brother did like 900 warp speed up the road, as did my pap and everybody else. My brother follows Monster's father, who has my children kidnapped by this point, basically. Family's calling me, I'm at work, Monster's at work. And, I leave Bristol hauling ass. I drop all the kitchens I'm running at the time, the coordinate, all that shit. I'm like, I gotta go. I call detectives I know, they call me. They're like, we just gotta call in over the scanners. It's gotta do with, we're getting there, we're shutting everything down. I was like, thank you, I'll be there as soon as I can. Monsters hauling ass there, all nine's going on, right? My brother is following him. Monster's dad gets back to the fucking house, drags eldest out of the car, is hurting him. My brother's like, bitch, I'm calling the police. Obviously, it did happen. Police show up. Detectives we know. Monster's parents are like, Judy, she's gonna come beat her ass. Can you help us and protect us from her? She's the bad guy. And the detectives are laughing me over the phone. They're like, look, just don't go out there. They're being fucking dramatic, but just don't, because they're playing this game again like they always do. We all know how they are. That you're whatever. They're fucking terrified. And they rightfully probably should be. They hurt your children, etc. There's been a couple court cases between all of us as they have hurt my children. I gave them 2 chances or so throughout these children's lives to be right. They have a history with Monster of abusing him as well. In all kinds of ways. Throughout his life, it's obviously part of his fucking issues. If he ever had true bad guys, those are them. But when it's time for them to join and eat, they damn sure do it. But they're like, we're Christians, and the whole neighborhood thinks we're good people. So anyway, even at fucking 40, man, Monster, she wouldn't let Monster go roller skating with me. Screaming at me, he can't go, he'll break it, he'll do this, he'll do that. Oh shit. Controlled every aspect, everything. Much like she does over. Anyway, the point is that, they've had court papers on them for hurting my children several times. They're all like this. And they also are the type to where you can't be part of the circle once you're talking shit about. Or they can't pump info out of the children, or Monster, they can't whatever. And, it's like when I was a kid and Monster was around me, man, they would stalk my ass. And stalk him and control every aspect of his life. And it was pretty crazy. Yeah. So anyway. Apples and trees, man. Also have a history of using weapons during abuse and violence and screaming at Monster when he's little that one of them was going to commit suicide and be all his fucking fault, little bastard. Yep, just like Monster has a habit of weapons, especially firearms, and abuse towards us and controlling us with them, and how his mommy and daddy played into that and pushed a shit ton of firearms into the house in the last weeks and months and bought him some knowing he shouldn't have them, and even eldest begging him to please not. Please not. They knew he was dangerous, and they didn't care if we ended up dead at the hands of it. And that's kind of the intention. So anyway, the thing is, they're all things. But, anyway, a little off track there, but what we done when, Summer vanished after a few weeks, because eldest was big enough to take anybody's ass. And it was that extreme. Towards like, man, I don't want them here, but, you know, and it's like, well, age means they can't really be done a certain way, and they're bigger than both now. So, anyway, they, stayed overnight. Wrong decision again. Monster's mama couldn't knock it the fuck off. Throughout her life, she's had a problem with trying to give, just damn near Munchausen by proxy shit, right? She did it to Monster. She does it to anybody, really. It's fucking wild. But, either way, I bought the food for Little. Little had already eaten. I told him from the get that was there just in case Little wanted to eat, so nobody had to fix anything. And of course, Monster's mama starts in on her about the food, forces her to eat, and she doesn't feel like eating, then tries to force melatonin on her. That's a no-no. And Little was like, no, 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 no. And Monster's mama was like, yeah, and then finally Little gave in and took the melatonin, and I don't see a point in that. Little sleep just fine. It was just to be doing what Monster's mom always does. And Little had made it clear that she didn't like melatonin. It made her feel bad. Monster's mom was having none of it. Either way, she abused her over the food thing. Made her eat when she didn't want to, la la. And then they had to hear a bitch about how she didn't eat all of it. These are giant pans of pasta, y'all. And no way, even I couldn't eat a full one of these in like 4 days. Okay? And it was, I knew it would probably go to waste. Didn't make any difference to me. I have no problem with that. But, like most of them do, it's a form of abuse, right? And his family. So they started harping on her, and then it's, acting like money's wasted. It's not like it was Monster's money in the first place. It wasn't. It was my money that bought that food. And so in that, I was just like, nah, kids are coming on back. I'm done with this shit. I can see no matter what, these sons of bitches are going to continue. We're not having this food shit around kids getting whatever, right? So then fast forward a little while later, and the last days around Monster, and then what he does, even though days before that, he's like, yeah, what mom did was wrong. I'm sorry, Rue. This and la la la. He immediately identified it as a weak spot, and then when it came time to hurt her, re-traumatize her, he called her names, weight shamed, and screamed at her about wasting fucking food, just like his mama that he didn't even buy. And he knew that had bothered her, because his mom had already. He knew it was bothering her, and he did that, and then he went right behind it, because that didn't have enough effect, and he started, because he was coming and going throughout a couple hour period but what he did was he came back at one point, started really raising fucking hell, screaming, yelling. All of them were in there, and he knew some are missing, and all this on them was overwhelming and traumatizing, and he knew how much it was bothering them. and he used it. And he screamed at her right in front of other witnesses. You know, Candace is not a murderer, and she's XYZ, and described decomp in extreme detail, saying that Candace and Dawn had placed her somewhere. She was dead. They'd murdered her. But she was out there somewhere, wherever, and just, you know, just to traumatize and torment, emotionally and psychologically. Fuck with our child. Simple as that. He did not see Summer's body. None of that. Nor have I or Little ever stated that. Never. And this place will tell you that I'm the one that said that. I'm not. Little, because so many weren't around and so many have passed through. I have receipts that we were talking about this to others instantly as it happened. I've also put up phone calls where Little was calling me, talking about that night and the events around it, where he was coming and going. Mad as hell, screaming at her, trying to make her pick between being near me or being in the main house, all these other things. Doing the food thing. Y'all have heard, it's over here. There's a fucking video or a short of it. I had it on the intro thing for a bit, not long ago. It goes with those moments. Those were calls to me that Little made in real time as Monster was doing all of this shit show. So if I wasn't present for some of that, as he was coming and going and ramping up to that last stuff and all these other things, until we were all together, and then he does all the major shit there. What was I like? Calling Little, telling her what to say, doing any of that? No. The calls are there, they're recorded. So it shows you in real time. I wasn't lying. Little's not lying. Which is why I hope like fuck the son of a bitch was honest with the FBI, TBI, and others. And Little has been interviewed about it. And she never said, "Yo, Dad said that it was, that he saw Summer's body." No, she told him the truth, which was he was screaming, yelling, you know, just abusing her. That was it. Re-traumatizing her. Weak spot. Cranking it in. That was it. That's all it ever was. And he's done it every time he's talked to her since. When he was screaming and yelling at us that Tiffany Marie heard in October 21. And again recently, past couple months, he's made sure to include each time to Little how very little of a fuck he gives about Summer fucking Wells, he says. "I don't care about Summer. She ain't part of my life, and she's gone." Every time he makes sure to mention it. In the phone recordings to him and Little on the screen, whatever it was. It's out of the blue. He just says it to be saying it. Just like he did in October. Just like he had a couple months. He's making sure to remind her again he doesn't give a fuck about Summer. It's a way to abuse her. To trigger what he'd already done, that he's telling, I guess, the feds and the world is still a dream that he had. And all of us are fucking liars. But those semi-receipts I've posted here, real calls from Little to me in real time. And others prove him a fucking liar. And they prove Tiffany Marie a real fucking hypocrite. And this place has always said, I said it, right? I didn't. When they had us semi-kidnapped in that hotel fucking room, I was on a live panel on true crime commentary with Penny, Scott. It was titled Dawn and Candace Go to Hollywood. Little could obviously hear sort of what was being said. The singer was on live with them, and she wanted to speak or whatever, and she told him what Monster had done. Little herself told the world, and she never ever said that Monster said he had seen Summer's body. But this place has taken it and twisted it for a very long time. Several years. Much like Cher, an old dumbass, knowledge is power, who doesn't even have enough knowledge to work a goddamn live stream or not boot herself off while trying to take screenshots. And not enough knowledge to not know to come online and say she's gonna like off the sheriff and his son and everybody else and that she's stalking him. I don't know about that one. That one's fucking nuts. So anyway. Really now Fiona of the Carl lawsuit variety, okay, with the fake Tiffany Marie Summer Wells check variety, set up Churchill Rescue Squad and the Scamathon funds and reward shit variety with, but anyway, her and Q were listed on that lawsuit, right, over the reward. After Carl gets all that shit started by way of Tiffany Marie's fake check for Summer. I guess we probably shouldn't question her intentions there either, because around Summer, and her fake check. I mean, she did do that non-apology tour where she said, "I'm not sorry for a goddamn." Okay, we won't question your intentions or your non-apology. It's fine. But anyway, so around that, so Fiona is one of the very few places that had the original of that up. She does not. Now, I've played it here before, probably a year ago, in my streams, in its original format. Okay. I know I have the shit downloaded. Not gonna dig for it. Easy access, though, there's this asshole place that has it. And they've tampered with it a bit. They've done the dramatic music behind it. They've done all the things. If y'all want to go through all live streams, figure out which one of mine have the original play and be my guest. But, like I was saying, Cher and Knowledge is Power last night hit on that, going, on about how, no, but Jody Sue's always put out this false shit that he's seen everybody just to get at him, just to hurt him. He's the real victim. He's this, he's that. He didn't do anything. She's mind fucking that child. She's making her say all these things. La 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 la. Even though I have the receipts in real time, part of which have been played here for you all. They're here. That's why Monster's not too smart of a boy running around going, it was a dream. And like I said, I really hope he was honest with the feds. Doubt it, though, because he wasn't honest with Hawkins or Lawson or Pruitt or any of the rest either. I don't know whether that mattered or not. Really. I know Little was honest. And we have the receipts. But Little was the first one to speak on it out in the open. Little spoke for herself. And she wanted to, just like she did a while back when Tiffany and Scott and all them were on, and she was like, why can't y'all just be humans to everybody out here, So it's one of the rare times I ever let her speak, but anyway, this, what's left online at least, that you can find, is this tampered with version slowed down, it's paused, slowed down in between to make it more dramatic. Not really accurate, but whatever. And of course, I got the words "go in Jody's shoes, tell him blah blah blah" to say it this way, right? And they don't really put up that it's during all the things. So it's definitely a hit piece when it was made. Also coincides with the cycle last year of this place and this bullshit around Little and to where make it look like JSP's doing JSP's the bad guy, blah blah blah. Right? Bullshit.
Again, just like he did last year, him and Star.
Alright. So, let's see. Anyways, push narratives and shit last year. Same time, this well-organized group was doing the shit around Monster, cleansing its ass. And this is definitely one of the little helpers of that. So anyway.
And continue to go about it until.
Alright. So like I said, just try to ignore the dramatic music and you'll have to figure it out for yourself where the slowed down, sped up, dramatic shit is and how the tampering. But either way, there you go.
And she was like, we were like, stop, because he knew like traumatized her, so he was like, bother her. Just like earlier today, you could ever imagine, and I don't know. But one of the last things he did was to her daughter, was to scream at her.
And by the way, this was on my Facebook, not open public as well, long before, at least unknown to us anyway. So yeah, I mean, there's been a trail of receipts. Carry on.
Someone's dead body in the most gruesome details you could ever imagine, and the continued know about it until then she's like, stop. So it was what a bother.
Hold on. Alright. And as you can hear there, I am saying that he was doing it to bother her. And he's describing things in detail on purpose to bother her. Not saying, hey, you seen Summer's body?
Just like, but one of the last things she did was to her daughter, was to scream at her about Summer's dead body in the most gruesome details you could ever imagine, and the continue to know about it until then she was like, stop, because they were traumatized her, so it was what a bother. Just like earlier today, he had terrorized her with her grandparents, mentioning about food, and that was.
Oh, wait, the story ain't changed. The grandparents terrorized her about food. Well, fuck. Holy shit. I'm so inconsistent. I'm such a goddamn fucking liar, y'all. Didn't you know? I can't keep my shit straight. My memory, it just don't work. Oh, wait, who is it that plays that stupid game over here like they played with me for a couple decades? That'd be Monster. I don't know. I don't remember. I've had head injuries. My mama gave me too much pain. Can't fucking break. Meanwhile, these creators, they can't even keep their shit consistent throughout one of their own lives. I know truth. Truth doesn't change. Opinions, thoughts, the addition of puzzles and pieces on fires and shit, blah, blah, can change things. But the truth and things like this, they don't change. They don't change. Weird how it keeps working with me, but boy, I am always said to be a liar and inconsistent fixtures.
You could ever imagine, and the opinion know about it until then she was like, stop, because they were like traumatized her, so it was what bother. Just like earlier in the day, he had terrorized her with her grandparents, bitching about food, and that was true for her because of how they abused her brother. Yeah, so
See, it's how they had abused her brother was by, which here tonight I went into greater detail, which court and police reports can back me up on, about the yogurt and blah, blah, and yeah. So anyway, carrying on. Matter of fact, I think I got the text messages, even between the detectives and I at the time. And shit still. Much like all the other decades of receipts. Try me. Carrying on.
and he had no contact for years because of it. Just like earlier in the day, he had terrorized her with her grandparents, bitching about food, and that was true for her because of how they abused her brother. And so and he had no contact for years because, and so he knew the her grandparents, bitching about food, and that was true for her because of how they abused her brother. And so and he had no contact for years because of it. And so he knew the triggers, and he knew that he had already traumatized her to the point she was having nightmares and all such that, and so, and a guy who that the last time April searched, were all asked not to give their locations, he was screaming at Equal Search to come kill him and to do whatever and fuck them and fuck this and whatever. So we kind of loaded with food. And so he knew the triggers, and he knew that he had already traumatized her to the point she was having nightmares and all such that, and so, and a guy who that the last time Equal Search, we were all asked not to give their locations, he was screaming at Equal Search to come kill him and to do whatever, and fuck them and fuck this and whatever. So,
And it wasn't just Equal Search. Feds were in there, detectives, whole night. It was late in the evening, but you could still hear them in the hall, So, yeah, I was like, please shut up before you get them coming up here. You're going to get arrested. Just stop. Just stop. Leave her alone, whatever. It was bad enough to where I couldn't even stop. And Little got fed up with the extreme nature of it. And Eldest was beside the right side of the open doorway of the cabin. Monster come in, was right in our faces, then backed out, but almost. And Little got up and was like, no more, get out. And then he was like, he wasn't used to that. Little really wouldn't even speak to him in person, even around him, for quite a long time before everything was finalized and done. Yes or no answers mostly only. And that was if she had to. But he had pushed her to one where she was like, get the fuck out, get out. and she slammed the door on him and locked it. That tells you. So anyway.
Oh dear. I thought I was skinny for a second there. And I forgot I don't think I'm supposed to cuss. I'm gonna get y'all doing on house or something with me. I cuss all the time. Just don't say things like PED. Oh, really? He's like RSA registered blank offender. Well, that's interesting that that's where they're gonna go. They're gonna, that's the hard line. I'm blessed.
That they were, see, that's how early on this was. First times that I've really been on panels. I didn't know the no cussing rule and how you had to shorten things, so Scott was explaining it.
Hey, well, you know, watch outs before, you know, if I had a troll or whatever, I just tell them to fuck off, you know. Time that happens, it just, I have to refresh. I have no idea why it does that. It's an older phone. I'm looking at chat with my other phone, and I'm on Restream with my older phone. It's a thing, I just have to refresh. So whenever that happens, just anybody bear with me. So we sped right past that. I didn't want to interrupt you or cut you off, but you said he tormented your daughter in gruesome detail about Summer's dead body. What the hell? What? Yeah. What do you mean? Like, how would? What, can you expand on that? Well, here. Do you want to explain? Do you want to go on? Or would it bother you? She's got headphones in, so she.
In the background, she was sitting in a chair in the corner left hand side of the room, and she was like, so that's why I asked.
Can you hear me? Because I mean, I don't want to, you know, unless she's comfortable with something. Would you like to explain involving Morton what he did with that, you know, like when he was screaming at you about something? Okay. So I don't want to allow himself like she seems like she's getting comfortable and she's pretty like shy and soft-spoken.
I love how the music. Do you hear how this fucking dramatic ass music is over everything I say? And to the extreme. I'm sitting there going, please be careful with her. She's uncomfortable. She seems like I'm being very protective, and the language is protective, and that she's soft spoken, and it's the other to please, she, you know. But they don't want you to hear that. Hence the reason they have the fucking movie theater fucking shit going.
You know, she's not she's pretty introverted, so if she's going to talk about something. Well, I don't want him to do anything.
See, I'm like, she seems uncomfortable or something. But look how this music is, so you can't hear that. It's fucking wild, ain't it?
Just make sure. Okay. What was it? What was it? What was it? Whatever, learn about screaming at people. Okay.
Now notice the music just goes away. But boy, ain't it blared over the mother going, hey, here she is. She's very soft-spoken. She's very whatever. Please, if she seems uncomfortable, stop it, you know, whatever. Boy, didn't they blare that theater shit over all that. Over the real mom and the real hey. And nobody in there could see her being like, you know, no. It's very obvious if you watch and listen to shit like this. And you think about it real hard. How manipulative, contrived, narrative, bullshit. But look.
Today, was doing. That day he walked straight his that day he was whatever on his usual roundabout screaming at people.
Oh, and as soon as I can make sure I'm not pregnant, and the concerned mother and other mothers and people around the world aren't, oh God, she actually isn't a bad, terrible human being. It doesn't fit the fucking narrative in the title. Poof! Their music stops.
But that day, I went down to the cabin. I sat outside the cabin while he was, on his escapade about, whatever it was. Then I got into the cabin after he screamed at me about being near the cabin.
Go back to the calls from Little Bebe that I've put out here on the video. I've had up. You screaming at her about the cabin? Oh no! Receipts that go with exactly what Little's saying that prove what she's saying is true? That Monster was going up and down the hill and the cars and everything else and screaming at her and acting fucking crazy and shit that were calls to me. Calls that were recorded. No! Jody Sue doesn't have proof, even for the FBI, that Monster's lying and that Little and I are telling the truth. But it was all just a dream. Monster wasn't acting crazy at all in front of Equal Search and detectives and everybody else that were down below us. And I was like, please be quiet before you get arrested. Please stop. And he's like, I don't give a fuck. They'll come kill me. Get them to come kill me. I wish they would fucking murder, I'm like, Jesus Christ, No. There's no receipts here, Jody. She's already given you all the back. This the fuck
up. And then he comes back a few minutes, on his escapade about, whatever it was. Then I got into the cabin after he screamed at me about being near the cabin. And then he comes back a few minutes later after storming off. And then he comes down and says something he said to Bug.
Which is our brother.
Yeah. And then he started screaming again, and then he was like, I already know Summer's dead body is, I know Summer's dead somewhere in a ditch, I know Candace did it, I know Dawn did it, whatever. And, he was just screaming about that. And then he was like, after that, it was like, I'm so tired of, he mispronounced Equal Search, and he said Aqua Search. He screamed, I'm so tired of Aqua Search, holding me back with all these police officers and stuff, and he was on about that, and he was screaming it, and yeah, and then he went back onto the Summers dead body thing in worse detail, and then
Now, we'd like to buy 8,000 windfall tickets. I'm gonna help you first. There we go.
I was asking you to stop. You were asking to stop Boogie the Buzz.
It wasn't. He was outside the camera.
He joined in the chorus. You just stood up trying to leave. Just leave. Get out. Stop. I'm fine.
Yeah. And then I slammed the door on him to the cabin, and then he stormed off. And I guess Bud told him to shut up or something outside of him. left to go be a reckless hazard on the road. Well, thank you so much for being strong and brave and telling us that. I really appreciate you, and there's a lot of love for you in chat right now, and everybody's telling your mom to give you a big hug. So, thank you. Hey, Jonesy, please. Oh my. But yeah, we're crazy. We want to be used to all. Voldemort's a wonderful person.
Some more receipts in real time tonight. It's from July 20th. Can you see it clearly enhanced? Everybody else? It reads, I don't know, what can they have? Because he's acting... No, okay. Here, I'll give you this piece too. Well, food order, blah, blah, blah. That's what he's wanting on the 20th. Well, food order will be great. I say, lastly, there's literally a little bubble there on your screen that shows the messages are read just like everyone else's messenger in the world, so that's just more mentally a bullshit lies. Because, looks like it's what do I need to get to feed them, and what else do I need to get? You had to see was sending messages. He's mad as the forest is leading up to what I just should have said. He's mad because I didn't answer him immediately. Because, and I say, alright, what do I need to get to feed them, and what else do I need to get? And he's, oh shit, hold on. Give me just, actually, I think this one's, hold on. Give it a second. I'm actually back. Give it a second. It just, battery racing the bros. Just a second to come back. Having battery race bros. Well, go the same one. I should know better. I and another one of y'all here were messaging, and son of a bitch went dead on the charger. I think I'm going to buy a new charger. Alright. Alright. This is at like 10:30 on July 23rd. And it shows you I'm not lying about Monster, not wanting to let go either. He's still telling me in last words, I really heard from him. Love you. Dude never did tell me he was leaving. I just want to make that clear. And never thought any more about him running off than usual. Prostitutes, whores, stall pumps. That's why it took us a bit to go file paperwork, because I was like, oh shit, there's actually a whore good enough to, like, he'll run off for a bit. The summer situation has created enough space for it. He's fucked around and found out, right? And then I went for help, and well, you see how that went for me. So anyway, but yeah, I was like, a guy who's supposedly melting down so badly because he supposedly cares so much that he can't stand watching me die. Can't stand me being this worried over our kids and up all that pace in the woods because it is bad for me and I need rest. That guy just came here 3 hours after leaving and made sure to wake me up from the 5 minutes of sleep I'd finally achieved and made sure to upset me more, then leave to go run around, leaving me alone like always after dumping on me. And doing the very thing he knows makes issues worse, so he can swear it is me and not him and feel validated in his crazy mixed up thoughts and self-avoidance. That guy was just here. I really appreciate the visit, the added stress, more hours no rest or sleep, more hours that my heart literally and physically hurts and rips itself apart even worse than my usual, all because people around me are crazy. I always end up in hell worrying over other people because they all make sure to dump on me, or they'll make sure that their goddamn lives run over and affect mine all because they can't just be normal human beings and live normally. It is selfish, and I'm hell, maybe I could survive and have a fucking chance at surviving if everyone around me would just fucking do right by me for goddamn once. Maybe just show a minuscule amount of the same strength, love, and partnership I've shown them while shouldering them their burdens and life and my own problems for decades. But nope, that's just too much to ask. It will be all about you until I take my last breath. Then you'll still find a way to make it all about you, and some new way to avoid your own problems and demons and dealing with them, and someone new to blame for everything. Hope you have a nice day and get to choose what you eat, just like you do every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and every day else. Wonder what led up to that. Yeah. Anyway, so that's oh dear. It's that message. And thanks for caring enough to listen to me yesterday when I asked you to ask Austin to leave early today so I can go make calls and get stuff done so there'll be less stress. Make sure you don't come back till time to pass out, though. That way I can make sure to not only watch over my kids in order to keep them safe at night, but you as well while you sleep peacefully. Then wake up bitching at me for doing what is usually the man father's role anyway. Okay, just stop. Leave it alone for goddamn once. Because he was screaming and yelling at me. Like usual every morning. Or, whatever. I was like, maybe you should have taken your own advice. I'm allowed to feel how I feel, and you definitely did this today, and are definitely the one who made me feel this way today. You're definitely the one starting shit today, making it worse still, because it is what you want. You enjoy the chaos. An excuse to go run amok and do whatever it is on your mind. Because that's the goal for you with these meltdowns. And he always had a habit of ramping up in advance of them starting extreme chaos so he could beat, hit, do whatever, then run off for a few days, bang a hooker, a stall, whoever, right? And then come back. And then he could justify it. It wasn't cheating if he did it that way. It wouldn't blah, 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 blah. It's his thing. I was like, and you get what you want by doing them. No matter how it affects our relationship long term and no matter how it affects me. And this is stall texting back. This is how funny this is. I told Joey back, can you not just stop and let me have some time by myself and leave me the fuck alone? But an asterisk. And this gave it away. Another whore in the inbox typing for him because it's a cute game. That right there is stall messaging for him. Not ever in his life is Monster ever asterisk out anything. And I'm like, God damn, it's another whore. Also, the spelling was too good. I was like, your behavior is shit. Feelings are valid. You're responsible for both. Hell, you just had 3 hours. It's an excuse, and I'm sick of it. You don't want shit to chaos and self-pity over imaginary bullshit you make up in your own head. Then real bullshit you cause because of it. I'm not doing this anymore. You can get your shit together and forever stop doing this, paving this way, get your own goddamn demons figured out without shit on everyone else around you, and go live your best life alone and dying with your demons alone. There's no longer room at my table for this nonsense, and I'm done putting up with it. I want a goddamn partner. A real one, or none at all. And I was like, nah, you know what? I'm done with it. Go goddamn be free. Go see if you find whatever it is you think is out there. It'll just be another filler to avoid and ignore whatever is really wrong with you and won't last long. Got my kids to worry about, my life to try to save and survive so I can be with them instead of some dude who has kept me as until for 26 years and trashed my heart, body, and soul every step of the way. I'm just over this repetitive bullshit with cycles, patterns. It never ends and you never learn and you never stop and own your shit long enough to figure out what is wrong with you instead of deflecting and avoiding by blaming everyone else. It's old and I can't do it with you anymore. And you talk about tired, you can't possibly even imagine how tired I am. Just like you can't never have been able to feel what kind of pain, loneliness, or heartache or stress she caused me. Nor would you care even if you could feel it. My strength and my giant ass heart is how you've done to me what you have for this long and how I've not shown the damage. But now that I'm this tired and my mask is slipping because for once in my entire life I need somebody else to carry the load and let me borrow strength and heart from, you are folding and melting down, not because you care, but because I'm not able/willing to hold you and the world up anymore and use the last strength and heart I have, making it all okay for you, like I always have. And during the weakest moments of my entire life, the past few months, all you've continued to care about, bitch about, or talk about is you and how you feel and how you need XYZ and how you are the one going through so much that you can't stand it. And he did. From the time of this to my pap dot, everything, it was all about him. And now he was this, he was that. Not once has true concern or care been shown for me or to me by you. And that was forced, and I pay dearly for all of those rare moments. Or get told they were fake or forced or lies. And he always did. Even if he did something nice, he'd come back later, he'd destroy whatever he'd gotten, or he would, any good moment, he'd take the joy out of it, anything good happened, he'd be like, oh, I lied, I forced this, whatever. You only think of yourself, you keep everything in chaos. You make your own damn self miserable. You just can't be. And peace and happiness make you so uncomfortable you destroy them and any chance of it. So free in this bullshit is what you want, then be free. But forget I exist. And there is Stall Pump's reply. And his, because she's typing for him. Do you want food? Got to get kids food. No shit. This is at 5:53. Because at that point he was so volatile. Obviously, he's at work. It's about the only time I could ever share anything or say anything. Do you want food? Gotta get kids food, blah, blah. And then the next morning, because that night shit lit off all these other things. It was like, work you up. He's like getting, it was like setting Arizona tea or two outside on the freezer. 5:30 comes along that day. And he's ringing the fuck out of me, right? Blowing the fucking phone. Are you coming off from and getting their food? Hello? I mean, it's instant. There's no segue for it. He just starts blowing me the fuck up. That's it. Just blowing me the fuck up. I don't answer. It's an instant. Are you coming off from and getting hello? Call, call, call. What in the goddamn fuck? Call, call. Hello? Hello? So just ignore me. It's going to help. What do I need to get to bring back? Hello? Fucking amazing. Hello? Calls. You know why the fuck ignore me. You were looking at the goddamn messages. Why not fucking respond? Call, call, blow me up. Hello? I was like, the phone was on silence. There was no tippy tapping. Because he'd been raising hell. Even when I was out, he was making sure I couldn't use my phone or anything for the most part. He was worried somebody messaged me or I get good enough signal or somebody call and give away him install. It had been a thing for a while. I I was like, phone was on silent, so there was no tippy tapping like you've yelled at me about for days. What do you need? It's like, okay then, talk to you later. He goes, what do I need to get to feed them? And what else do I need to get? He's like, you had to see a sitting message. I was like, no, I was busy trying to fix the newest swath of destruction and chaos you've caused today. See that? Well, food order will be great. I was like, lastly, there's a little bubble there on your screen that shows when messages are read, just like everyone else's messenger in the world. So it's just more mentally ill bullshit lies. Like, I don't know, what can they have? And you should probably call your mom to make sure she approves and thinks they can eat it all or be forced to. I wonder why that's being said on the 24th. Alright. Battery erasing on multiple devices. It's always fantastic. Alright, so we left off around here. about the little bubble, this here. And they're messaging what's left here. And Stahl had been through, I have all the originals, the downloads before Stahl and him chose to try to go in and cleanse shit. But anyway, lastly, there's literally a little bubble, blah, blah. Anyway, so on the 24th, I'm like, I don't know. What can they have? As in the kids and food, right? And you should probably call your mom to make sure she approves and thinks they can eat it all or be forced to. Well, damn. Isn't that exactly what I told you all? Little told y'all? Way back in the way back? What I said in the way back? What, there's receipts and proof to go with that in real time? No, you don't say. You don't say. His response, what they want, and we'll drop it off. I was like, any more food issues you crazy people want to cause my children with your mentally ill bullshit? Seriously? I was like, I'll send a list. But once again, I need to go out to get things I need and try to make calls. This is 2 days in a row. You've kept me from doing so, Mr. Trapped and can't do as I please. And honestly, you've kept my car for months now, and I can't come or go or be at medical appointments or take care of things I need to do because of it. But yeah, you're the one who is trapped. Yeah, couldn't let me out the box because Stahl and that one had really clawed into him. You know, he was trying to make her think it's his car and he's paid for it and all things. He even lied and said that I'd taken the car, but he had brought it back. Bitch didn't know. He brought it back. She thought I'd taken it. He was in court, lying in court, going, she came and got the car, she took it. I got the receipts on that shit too. He lied to judges, courts, whole nine. Meanwhile, he's out here running amok. He's meeting me in person still, long after Stahl knew, long after whatever, quietly, and he's all like, keep the car. He's doing that in town, running up to me and my family, going, just keep the car, because it was in his name, you see. But I'd almost paid it off, and it was mine. It was bought for me. It was mine. Anyway, but he had Stahl mind fucked up to get it sense. Anyway, get me the list. Could have been out hours ago. We went down to wait and get car cool. But it don't matter. Waiting on list. It's like, when you pull this shit again, don't you dare ask why bills are behind anymore. Every time you pull this dumb shit, we get further behind. It's what starts cycles where we get behind. And see, this is part of the, anyway. Because you run off and blow your paycheck being a psycho toddler and on whores, which is this thing. But, staying in the truck, eating out, having to afford gas, constantly moving around back and forth, and then you're broke. Then my money has to go to everything instead of bills as intended, so nothing gets paid. Then you have to borrow from your check to keep running around, because that is more expensive than chilling your tits and being normal and not being a crazy person and have tantrums running around. So you get in debt again and no full paycheck, can never pay bills. And every time we finally get caught up again, you do this again and we get behind again. This time is so close to your last episode, there's been no catching up. Your crazy shit and behavior is costing you everything and us. Don't have anything left really. Can I get that food order and less bullshit? I was like, if you were normal and didn't start your shit 24/7 and run your mouth terrorized 24 hours a day, there would have been no earlier and waiting on me to walk down in this shape somehow, Mr. Caretaker. Yeah, wait till you lose it all. You'll see you really did have a lot, especially when you try to start building and acquiring it all over again, you'll see. And Monster in real time was also deleting certain shit, so stall when she went through it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just says, I'm like, not playing this game with you. You aren't going to do that to me anymore and expect me to come to heel like a dog. If you can't speak to me like a normal person, interact with me like one, then I'm not responding. You just want to get food and not talk about the bullshit. You know, you never want to talk about how anybody else and how his actions affected anybody. You know, he just wanted everything. He could beat you, do whatever, try to kill you. Didn't matter. Fuck whores. And then he didn't want anything said about it. Ever. Or it's punishing him, or being vindictive, or mean, or he was the one done wrong. He just wanted you to shut the fuck up about it, or therefore you're the bad guy, you're the one doing wrong to him. I was like, I had to hear yours. Remember that. And he goes, and I read yours, so remember that. No, he doesn't. He never did. And he would tell me in my face, I don't read shit you ever sent. But I always sent it, hoping anyway. There'd be a day. Like, I'm not your dumping ground for you and your monsters and mental illness, then you just get to frolic off and expect nothing to ever be said or mentioned. Actions and words matter, they affect other people. They affect your family greatly. What you are doing and how you're behaving is wrong. It is impacting everyone around you, and unlike you, the rest of us are already being impacted enough by others and events around us that we also didn't ask for. Just like we didn't ask for you to be doing as you are and further putting more shit on us we don't need. He goes, okay, can I get food order? Anyway. I was like, I wish you knew how it feels to be us. How you make us all feel, what the damage does to us for years. I wish you could trade spots for just one day and actually feel what it is like to have someone do you as you do us, then blame you. Or just one day to trade so you could see how crazy you are during these episodes and even on regular days anymore when you say shit that isn't real, never happened, isn't true, dwell on bizarre shit, most of which is also fake and unreal, and lash out and destroy others. You know, I've said that it's wacko craziness happened. I've talked about this. He'd swear somebody was speaking and they weren't, and also the crazy shit. Yeah, it was getting bad. I assume I really know what I knew. Or, or be sick while someone does it to you, but then yells at you for not getting better or getting worse. Without any concept of what they do to you having a major impact on why you can't get goddamn. Because, you know, stress levels and shit, they play a great role in health and healing and whatnot. This is your circus you keep setting on fire, then bitching about it being on fire, like the ticket holders running away did it instead of you. I want to be left the fuck alone so it can level out, but you don't get it. What's he got? Like, seriously, it's always that shit. He's the one abusing everybody else. Doing all shit about, but man, I'm the one understood. Look, it's like, what the fuck, bro? right? But that's monsters for you. And I was always one even in the darkest. It's like, I'm not going to stand there and be silent and not hold someone accountable or try to talk them out of the darkness or try to heal them or find a way or anything. He was like, can I get their food now? And can you leave me alone? Don't want to hear bullshit. So please get me food orders so I can get that done. And this was his thing with everybody. It's like, oh, she holds me hostage as food order. That's not the case. This dude, as you can see, blew me the fuck up because I wouldn't respond instantly. Whatever he wanted to talk about was always fine. Anything I wanted to talk about was not. The only safe times I could speak or say anything and hopefully get him, to where it was calm by the time he got high enough and he got home and all this was, you guessed it. So anyway, I was like, I want to be left alone too, 24 hours a day from your crazy shit. So did they. As in the children. But no matter how peaceful or calm it is around here, you do this to us. Especially if it is calm for weeks or months. You do this on purpose. You make chaos and pain where you see peace, calm, and happiness because you can't live without rage and chaos. And that is absolutely true. Anytime dude felt peaceful, shit was going too good, didn't matter. Oh my god. Yeah. Like, he just can't exist in that space. No, he swears that's what he's looking for also. He can't. He can't exist and he can't exist long in it. You have no idea how to be still and survive without rage. Even if you have to manufacture it yourself and cause others pain for no reason. And he doesn't. Okay. No, you won't get the point that I'm tired of the goddamn bullshit in life. The only bullshit this dude ever had was not keeping his hands to himself, continuing to pick up addiction after addiction, not doing right, being a thief, a liar, a cheater, and somebody not willing to shut up and be a chihuahua in a corner and continuing to try to fix everything or to fix him. And you were the only bullshit in your own life. Goddamn, get to the point of it. I don't want to see the text you want to see, and food is all I need to know. And he knew this was a trigger for me. This is why he did the food bullshit. It's just like this place, I know the cert. He would do it. It makes it look like it's one way when it's actually other. He knows this is her. This is me. It's. I think any of you can understand what it is. It's a blatant disregard and disrespect for what one's saying, a way to deflect, and a way to trigger and make situations worse. It's a way to let somebody instantly know you do not give a fuck about how they feel, what you've done to them, how you've abused them, their feelings about it, and you know it makes them feel like shit when they think they're not heard and they're blatantly ignored and not addressed. Don't want to hear your shit, food list. Don't want to hear your shit, food list. But it's not about the food. But you can see when he wants to hold me or reply, it's instant, I get my ass. I made clear that talking to me like this was not going to happen anymore. You were just rage cycling to keep shit in chaos, poking to poke so you can rage and play victim. You aren't. It's everyone else left in the path of your destruction. Why don't you try sending a list? Your self-destructive cycles are bizarre, and you keep hurting everyone around you because you won't get help. And he promised me not too long before. On his own, he's like, I need help. That's what he told me. For the first time ever in all the decades, he goes, I need help. I need to see someone. And I was trying to get him in, and he just, anyway, I was like, why don't you try a therapist and meds? Anyway, weird how you came from the female side, though, but want to play his horse shit. And what I mean by that is exactly what I said to Ziggy in it. and the world, which is female side tends to be less woohoo. They don't carry the schizophrenic gene as much. So that was mine, and it's something he would know, which is weird how you come from the female side, but you're just batshit, bro. Usually it falls on the male side. But I guess I'm lying about all that too, where it concerns which line of the family they come down, where the mental illness genetics fall from and carry the most. It's like what he goes, well, I need to figure out my shit, but you don't help with whatever it is. Yeah, because I speak about the abuse and what's going on. Can I get a food list so can feed them? What the fuck? Why not send what is needed so can do that instead of this? You can say that all you want, but truth and fact is, just like today and every day, it's generally you starting shit, causing chaos, and raging over shit that isn't real or isn't happening in order to rage more once people call you out on it or don't like how you treat them while self-destructing for no reason. Now, mind you, shown above, he done shit that morning, screaming, yelling, blah, blah, usual shit, the night before been shit, chaos, abuse. Then you get this shit. Right. But nobody sees the shit behind the doors. That he knows I'm talking about. I know I'm talking about. But it doesn't matter if I'm wearing bruises, blood, if he's mentally, emotionally, physically abused any of us. He don't want to hear the shit. He don't want to hear the feelings. Food list, food list, food list. The only time I have any safe space to speak really is, and he knows it. And it's an entire other form of abuse to continue to do that. And then here's Stahl typing for him again. Okay, look, food. Oh, yeah. Okay, look, food, please. Food order. That's all I need. Quit. Just send me the food order. Stop with the bitching. I don't want to see it anymore. Just stop. That's more than a food order. See the asterisk? It was not monster topping. But yeah, he was in a hurry at 7:12 p.m. He was in such a hurry to get back to me. He was just needing food so he'd get back. Right? You know where he was, obviously? He's with Stall Punk. In my car, getting high, hanging out next door, knowing he could drag this shit out. She's typing for him. They're having fun and games. He's in no true hurry to get a food list. He's in a hurry so Stall can see what a big baddie I am and make shit look ways it ain't. And he's hanging out and banging her. That's her text. See the fucking many forms of abuse in here? Flip scripture. He got off at what time that day? This conversation is just a few minutes long. I type pretty quick when I want to. Stahl and him are obviously together at that point. Do you think he was really in a hurry to get food and come home and just rest? No. He wanted to do this shit. That way he could have, guess what? A reason to stay out. Come out. Do whatever. Go back out. Fuck Stahl some more. Do this shit to make her think certain shit. While she is actually the one typing for him. While they're together laughing over it all. While he abuses me. She helps in it. It's funny, isn't it? It's like want a happy life to make one. By not keeping us all in chaos or walking on eggshells, waiting for the next pattern or cycle or self-destructive fit. Want a good relationship? Then participate in it. Quit acting like you can be single but also expect a wife at the same time. To do relationship shit while you don't reciprocate or participate. Want peace? Then let us be in peace and stop being chaos when you see too much peace, happiness, calm, or trust developing for too long for your rage monster's liking. It's that simple. And there is Stahl again, messaging as monster. which clearly means he's in no hurry to get a food list and do anything. They're together, giggling and laughing while they both participate in the abuse. She watches it and she helps in it. I can show you millions of messages throughout the years with Monster. Never until he started giving control of the phone to Stall Pump did eggplant emojis change to bananas, loaves of bread, and did this motherfucker asterisk curse in his whole life of messaging. Ever. And he especially didn't know and was not literate enough to get the exact amount correct as he was asterisk, like Stahl did. I can prove it was her. Which shows you what level of abuse this truly fucking is. And how they both participated in it. But anyway, messages are there, right? Show them to you. Where the food, the abuse there is mentioned, his mom, the shit, the chaos he'd caused, how I was dealing with the chaos he had caused, blah, 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 etc., right? And how they were together that day, him and Stahl, but he's pretending, right? Makes it look good. I'm just trying to get food, let's come home. No, he's with Stahl, and Stahl's typing for him as, you know. Mm-hmm. Weird, ain't it? Fucking weird. So there you go. Hold on, let's see if it'll load. Anyway, but yeah. So all of it's there, man. It's just, you know, him running back and forth all day, him out with Stahl, all these things, waking up screaming, abusing, Stahl typing for him, them having good giggles over it, him knowing the triggers to set off shit, where it could look certain. I mean, it's just, she helped in it, as you can see. And like I said, I can show you many messages, and never once till he gave her control and playing games with her, or when he was around her, did asterisks. And he was never literate enough to count the exact asterisks needed for anything anyway. But yeah, unless you're us, you don't get shit like that, right? The nuances. And he always enjoyed the whores. Man, you see him throughout all the years. Even the fucking prostitutes and shit, dude. others, and then I had others up here at grocery stores, gas stations, like, you know that was the bitch texting you. I'm like, yeah, I know. But that was one of his favorite things to do, and games to play, give the phones to them at a certain point, let them text me, he'd be asking them, and that was always one of his ways to pull them into. He'd be like, man, my old lady, she's mean to me, she's this, she's that, and then he would do the same game. He'd do the same food shit, the same whatever, ramp up around it. And he'd be like, look, and I care about her, and he'd be like, oh, are you feeling okay today? And it's the same shit he was stall. And then he can be like, look. And it's always, what do I do about it? And he'd always start with asking advice about home shit, because he knows most women ain't just going to like, fuck a dude. They're going to be like, but you're with a person. I ain't doing that. And then he'll be like, well, what do I do for her? And what do I do to make my relationship better? Meanwhile, he's not doing any of that. They don't see the bruises, the blood, the fear, the screams. All they see is the inbox. Him manufacturing, him pulling bullshit. And then he'll be like, well, would you talk to her like me? Because I ain't that good at it, but you're going to make it look a little, And then it'll look to them like, well, he tried with her, and well, heck, might as well fuck him. It's a pull-in. It's like his baby talking voice today as I was around when Stahl was over in the parking lot and shit. He's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. He loves being a little boy. It's a problem. And it's gross. It's fucked to see. Same shit he did with me. With the only real bad guys he ever had is his parents. And, he's always got a bad guy. And so, anyway, as you can see, the receipts are there. For the food shit, the abuse, his mom's involvement in that, him acting crazy, me cleaning up his mess for all that, the receipts over here where her calls to me about him running up and down the hill and him doing all the shit throughout that day and the days and whatever there. They match with what she told originally to true crime as well. They match what she told Candace, what she matched, feds. You know what doesn't match? It was a dream. That's what I don't match. Because it wasn't a dream. It was abuse. And he doesn't give a flying fuck about Summer. Gives a fuck about money, though. But boy, he'll use Summer when it's necessary. He'll use her and her vanishing to abuse other people already traumatized by her vanishing. He'll do that because he's done it more than a few times. I got beat over it, yelled at, abused in every way you can imagine. For everything around Summer. In real time. For not coming in the cabin when he wanted, not cuddling, not sleeping with him when demanded, all these other things, blah, blah. Little and I got abused because trauma. And he could stick a knife in it, twist it. Both times, Tiffany Marie's hurt. Him used that to further continue to abuse Little with some revenge. Is all of it a dream? Or is the truth what matches with the receipts here, and the proof here, and the proof we hold? I'm going to bet you as the world have been lied to by Monster, and I'm going to bet he lied to the feds too. Just like he lied to Hawkins County. Now, does it matter in the grand scheme of things? No. Because he didn't see Summer's dead body. It was never anything like that. It was abuse. But if he admitted to that, then guess what? It's him admitting to abuse of a child. Puts him in danger and risk, doesn't it? It's abuse of Iron Little. And eldest, it's fine. And he couldn't have that because he was already lying to Hawkins. told him this, and all these things, right? Make him look bad. It wouldn't get him what he wanted. Can't go back on it now, can he? Plus, he could have been maybe charged for it. Psychological and emotional abuse, anything like it, If he had admitted to that, then they might, do something. He's not going to take that risk. He'd rather lie about it. Wasn't a dream. He doesn't care enough about Summer to have a dream. He doesn't care enough about anybody having dreams. He only has nightmares anyway. Always has. Since he was little. He has night terrors and shit, thanks to his monsters. And they abused him over it. Any sign of weakness in him as a child, they used and abused. Abused him with food, abused him with medications, abused him, period. Weapons involved. That one ain't falling far off the tree. So, that being said, I guess we've cleared up receipts for Tiffany Marie being a fucking hypocrite and a bullshitter. And Cher and the bullshit last night that went down over there with the nutter who threatened to harm Lawson and his son and was stalking his wife and grandbabies and everything else. Because yeah, that's a real good knowledge is power type of person, right? And people were noting in chat last night she sounds like PG but with teeth in. She does seem awful obsessed with Don and how he won't leave Candace and how he should be cheating on her and all this other stuff. Now the kids are going, I don't know what her bender is. Remember when I found her and she had like 11 people watching her? She had tagged me in something and I wouldn't give her any airfare. This is why. This is why nobody should have known who she ever was. Boy, don't they take the mentally ill and the tweakers around here and just prop them up and use the shit out of them and then they make them into things. Weapons. Just like she played last night on Shares. And so, Enhanced, do you think everything combined here tonight, and a little helpful video over there featuring the phone calls in real time between Lil and I, you think it's enough receipts? Enough for them to put the fucking puzzle together? Enough for people to figure out they've been lied to by these creators for several years? And by Monster, Stall, Tiffany Marie, old virtue signaling ass over there with don't you dare question me or my intentions around Summerwell's having asked. You think it's enough tonight? Because I have questions. I just want to make sure. I think it's sufficient to show who's lying, who's not, who remembers just fine, who holds the fucking receipt, who the abuser really is, and that they are indeed an abuser of women, children, and anybody in between. Now, Saul participates in that and has long before we were public because she thinks it's cute. And how Cher and her crazy sidekick last night ripped bullshittery, perpetuating a lie that's existed far too long around here. I think your receipts tonight prove little and I ain't nobody lying. But Monster, these creators, manufacturers, and how there's definitely a flavor to the winds. Weather vane style. And how they're still using everything around all of us. From Allie and Hunter in that situation, using that child, his siblings, Allie's condition. And how for weeks now they're continuing this cycle. They're still trying to trigger, bring out, monster, blah, blah, blah. Stir shit, have content, blah, blah, blah. Trying to distract, trigger shit, start shit between us in ways that tamper with other shit. They hope. Using all of it as chaos circus to cash up gang on, as usual. For everybody's fucking entertainment. So, alright. So I think that's enough for tonight. I'm gonna cut it here, and y'all do keep Hunter true, your siblings, family, grandma, Sherry, Allie, in your thoughts. Um, Stay the fuck away from the tragedy pimps. Tragedy pimping are trying to get people around them in these traumatic moments. They've already been through enough, and they're gonna go through more. This place has had dire effects on their lives for years now. Let them be in peace. helping these creators headhunt them. Think about why these tragedy pimps, if they wanted to help Light and do it silently and without strings attached, while they're all trying to get their claws in Hunter right now, where he's in a vulnerable state, along with his siblings. Why are they using what they're doing and pretending to do as what a virtue signal? It's like giving a homeless man a burger or something and then being like, look what I did today. It's just a cash up gang off of them to get you all to do for them. Well, they pretend they give a flying fuck. They don't. They're trying to get close to Hunter, siblings, in hospital settings and otherwise, and throughout the coming days, as close as they can to that family to use and abuse and exploit, and where that family can't even just be. And those children cannot just be. I don't care what you think about Hunter, Allie, the rest. Being human's human, having a heart, having heart, empathy, humanity. Right versus wrong. Please don't exploit them any further, and please do not help these tragedy pimps, dude. If you want to help Hunter, True, the other children, Allie's family, those who love her, I'd suggest you stick with Hunter's app, the one shown in the real link, which is going to be in Hilsa's thing. I already seen one version of that yesterday. Simulant Purpose again. It's a game they play around here where they whoopsied a link. Alright? For Hunter. And they're making you all think it's a this, that, and the other around Hunter. It's not. And they're doing it just like they do everybody else. They're always calling everybody else scams, cons, whatever. While they're the ones pulling the real bullshit and the real horse shit and the garbage around, tragedy pimping on, making money on, and exploiting the fuck out of everybody else. You know, hunting us all to the last dogs. I guess fall down dead. Or they can kill us all, or stress us all out until their conditions kick in, and they're like, oh! Yeah, whatever. Entertainment purposes only. If you can't be nice, at least don't be fucking extra cruel. Right now. Hunter, his siblings, friends, and family about it. Okay. And don't support these tragedy pimps. We're like, oh, get me an interview with, and here, let's send people to get close to Hunter, wink, wink, and all shit. Don't do it. Just don't participate in it. Turn away from it. Stop giving them clicks and views around this shit, too. Call them out for the bullshit right now. Leave those kids, family, and friends in peace. Right now. They're going through enough. I don't care what you think of them, they're going through enough. Alright? And, you know, if you're going to donate, I'd suggest you do it to Hunter's Cash App. Okay? Anyway, because Hunter and his siblings and Allie and those there, that they matter the most. Feel me? Not those who exploit them and situation, not these creators, manufacturers, vultures fiction indeed. Okay. Anyway, it's been another walk in the park tonight, obviously. But as always, y'all, you can kick in a good pebble, spark a light. They can change the world. They can save lives you may never know about, dream of, but they can indeed do that. Very small, simple, free things. Every day or every now and then. Yeah, Vixen, I heard that shit starting ring out, and cows too. Others were saying it was just that it was whatever. Some say it's where he's a minor. He can only receive so much a day, blah, blah. Uh, but I doubt it's set up that way. I'd say maybe there's a possibility that they're putting out rumors as well. So just be aware of that, so people don't go for it. Or I don't know. There are people around these streets that can indeed get a hold of Hunter and let you all know. So don't believe the creators. Don't believe carnival barkers in our chat about this and send it here and send it there and all this shit. Do not do it. Carnival barkers in chats do a lot of scamming and conning. Okay, they do a lot of fuck shit. Do not be given to any of these creators for Hunter, for True, for any of them. Don't let them pull that shell shit. It's notorious around here, and y'all have seen it. You've seen it done to each and every one of us. Well, they swore it was us doing whatever, but it wasn't. It was them. It's pretty goddamn obvious for those who know the tricks that they pull. Hell, it's so blatant, I don't know how anybody would ever believe otherwise, but people do tend to believe these pieces of shit. Pieces of rat shit trash, right? So what Tiffany Marie said? Was that a mirror? Intel? Before they believe real people with real proof, receipts, all this other shit. So anyway, you guys watch yourselves on the streets right now. Shell games bullshit. There's enough people here on these streets that know the family. You all know that there's going to be a real word come out on that. And I think they do this quite a bit. They did this with Candace's apps. They did this also shit. It'll be some mix up and oopsies, a bad link, and oh this, and oh god, and it creates distrust where y'all don't give to those. But then they'll pull some shell or backdoor shit or say this, if you give it to this person back here, then it'll get to them, and well, let somebody else take it. Nope. Don't give to these creators to give to unless you know that person is directly associated with that family. As far as Hunter or True and them go, and it's one of their cash apps, so I wouldn't. Which is where I stand with it. But you never know whether it's one of the same games or whether it is actually maybe it is just a minor's account. They can only receive XYZ. Let the word come from Hunter and True and all of them. All right, about it. Don't listen to the carnival barkers and chats and all these other things. Make sure you get the link for his actual Cash App from over there. I've posted it. It's capital LL and then Bam Bam. And I forget the numbers in the end, but it is in my last two live streams. It's up on the screen. Anyway, of those. So anyway, they have a tendency to fuck with shit like around here. Part of their thing, and it's also part of them trying to set up people a lot of the time to make it look like shit it ain't, to fit their narratives. Like everybody's scamming content. Oh, well, she might be in a vegetative state for life, but that's not dead. They're lying to us. It's a con. So watch yourselves and watch these streets and watch the frog hairs are splitting and watch out for the damn shell games and the mistrust discord stuff they put into play. Just be very cautious. But please don't stop supporting them, or at least not being fucking cruel. And by support, I mean prayers, good juju, good vibes, whatever you believe in. If you choose to give to Hunter or True and them, do so. If you don't, you don't. I wouldn't recommend getting anybody else so much. That's just my thoughts on it. So, So anyway, y'all, I'm out of here. Good pebbles, sparks. Remember, one voice can make a difference. One voice does count. One voice can save, can bring others out of darkness. And can help, do whatever. Well, you need to go compare. I don't know where you got the link from. I don't know who put it up, Lindsay. But I'm not going to help create doubt around it either. I say if you want link and you're really bent on helping him and Cash App, grab the link. The real one is in my chat and up on the screen. Past 2 lives, I think. And over on Hill's channel. So, there's that. And wait for word to come from the family and directly from Hunter on anything about the Cash App. As far as, if anything's fine with it, do not listen to these assholes in chat, see doubt, carnival barkers to carry on with TMBK's narrative shit. Don't listen to it. Turn away from it. They're trying to do it on purpose like they do every time. Yeah, it is triple L Bam Bam. But it's got like 2 numbers. Matter of fact, I sent money to him the other night. That's all I had in there at the time. Probably it still is. But I did send. Told him it's all I had earlier. He sent a heart back. It is Hunter Mulaney. LLL Bam Bam 23. Alright. Here. Alright. I sent TT Dollar on through. So, there you go. And he did say that day he was receiving and he was sending back little hearts. So, anyway, it's got him. It looks like 2 people and like probably a prom or school dance photo or something. Probably him and his fiance, baby mama, whatever. But it's $LLL Bam Bam, all caps, and then 23. Okay. So there you go. Anyway, and I'm sure even if it's just a little bit, which is all I had the other night, there's nothing in there now, but that's all I had, so that's what I sent. And I found it kind of fitting because it was bullshit from a tragedy pimp sent through to me asking me questions. I was like, fuck that. And then I sent it on. I found it kind of fitting. But anyway, I mean, even if it's just a little help. Anyway, guys, I'm out of here. As always, remember to share the DB/universal hand signal for help. It can and does save lives across the board, not just domestic violence or kidnappings, abductions, etc., in public settings or whatever, It can save many types of lives, from medical emergencies, people with disabilities, like and those with like autism, things like that as well, those with speech ability, strokes, heart attacks, choking incidents, you name it. It can also help women and children leave paper trails if they live in hollows where cops can't get there in time, and just touch a button, do a movement over a screen to somebody else who has learned the symbol, recognizes it, and not a peep be made. And the perpetrators not know. Probably would have come in handy in the Idaho 4 situation as well. Maybe. Because I'll tell you from personal experience, when you're terrified and you know you can't make sound, can't risk having them know you're calling the police, you don't have a chance to, all these other things, you're going to do. But if that, tap a button, do the hand signal, somebody else calls the police for you. Alright. And I assume and I predict that one day when tech meets call centers, the astronomical amount of lives that can save, survivors and fighters that can bring out of darkness, leave paper trails and proof on, and so abusers and violent men and all these other things, and women and whoever else, right? So maybe justice is actually given for those who deserve, and to those who deserve to receive. Maybe one. But either way, it can help. It can do an astronomical amount of good out in the world for a great deal many people in a great deal many situations. The more you share it, the more people know it, people recognize it, know how to use it. Anyway, and as always, please do share Summer's picture, information, call her by her name. And by information, y'all know I do not mean tragedy pimp bullshit. I do not mean social media bullshit. I do not mean any of us speaking around anything, because we are not the end-all be-alls. We're nothing. You understand? All we can do is give our accounts, our perspectives, some of what we know, right? But that does not mean the things we know or the things we witnessed or the things we were privy to in years and days or on June 15th or subsequently are going to be things or keys or parts of anything. Not all things can be a thing anyway, okay? Not all things are going to fit into the final puzzle solution, answers, arrests, justice, court cases, okay? So, stick with law enforcement, local and surrounding, for information. TBI, FBI, and local investigative journals. Not those of the JLR, Bullhorn, and Enton types. Y'all know how I feel about fucking Enton. And those types of tragedy pimp news horse that Nancy Grace all gave birth to. Anybody got time for that bullshit? Okay? They're as bad as this place. And you see where all this place is being given seats. Anybody got time for this? Alright, so anyway. Stick with those like Bobo Ansley, others downstate, real investigative reporters on the real ground, okay, in and around this. And as always, please do. So this place can't use you. These creators can't keep y'all screwed up. False narrative, believing shit that ain't true, helping be spear points and weapons, and trashing people, their reputations, their lives, feeding you horse shit, making everybody this, that, and the other, having y'all all screwed up with even just basics in Summer's case. Please do go to TBI website, Q&A on Summer. Has a great deal of information, questions answered there. If you can take 10 seconds to watch a clip over here, when these creators feeding you bullshit, you can go over there and read that so that these people can't use you to inset, torment, and fuck with true crime, and real people's lives surrounding, especially in Summer's cases. They can't mislead you, circle jerk you, milk you dry, help you be part of that hunt until the last dog falls down dead thing, whatever that saying is by Benny, right? Because the more they can keep y'all fucked up, believing narratives, bullshit, misleading crap, making you have doubts in anybody, everything, law enforcement, all of us, anybody else around, whatever, the more they're going to do that. Because it pays them to do that. And it's very detrimental to Summer, her case, community, etc. They use you to tamper with everything, inset on people, cause them real life issues, and you are the buffer. Okay? You all are their buffer. Their spears en masse. Taints jury pools, taints court systems. They have y'all inundating law enforcement with calls, redundancy, making y'all think shit, calling it what you all think are real tips or concerning shit that are nothing more than narratives, lies that take real detectives and law enforcement's time off real cases, not just Summers. And it traumatizes, hurts, bothers real people around real situations, and can cost people their real lives. It's just like them calling the other day in the hospitals, everywhere, looking for Allie. Every time they did that, somebody answered the phone that could have been saving someone's life in there. It could have costed somebody their life the other night with what they were doing. Do you think they cared? No. Same thing they've done, they've had you all doing. From everything from local law enforcement, TBI, to FBI, to DCS, and all these other things, and courts and all this shit, right? They're using you all so that law enforcement doesn't pick up the phone, so they can't wade through all the bullshit to find the answers. And they can do that because they have y'all believing fuck shit. Narratives. Bullshit. Manufactured. Created by creators. Y'all think you're doing right, but they're having you do wrong. So that it affects these cases so that they can continue to profit off of them. Because guess what profits them the most? If little beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girls never get found and they can keep doing this to an entire community around her and her case forever, it benefits them perpetually until Summer's found and someone's in jail. And even after that, they will use you all. And they, too, will do exactly what Turtle and them are doing. Court systems, courts, what's being done in Delphi, it's done in Lysick, it's done in Billy Joe and Leilani's, Quentin Simon's case, what BK and Doug and all of them done. MGL, JLR, Justin the Rest, and other cases from Once Forward, AB, Navy Watchman, Whole 9. They're using you all to destroy because you may actually care and feel you think you're doing the right thing based on bullshit they're feeding you and mind fucking you with and making you drink the Kool-Aid. You think you're doing the right thing. Your heart tells you are, but it's based on falsehoods, lies, misconceptions put out on purpose. And they know if they fuck up these cases, they can continue to fuck with them and feed off of them. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're learning over the years with all these cases, and they're getting better at this and more criminal at this. What they're doing is very dangerous. Not just to these cases, but to you all, and what's going to have to happen to stop it. And your rights as American citizens are getting ready to be stamped the fuck down on, especially in the justice system. Remember that. One day you may go to court for a bad check, a driving charge, a DUI, something bullshitty. And your rights may no longer be there because of the way they have to step on them to control shit like this, because of how deep and dark this realm's going in real life cases and the way they are tampering with courts and the justice system. I hope y'all understand that. JLR, Bullhorn, MGL, White Boy Lockdown, they've already done that in Florida. Took all of Floridians' rights away as American citizens, tampered with them, twisted them because of DeSantis and political events that Floridians wanted used to target tragedy pimps and to stop them, but DeSantis used to take away and fuck with everyone's rights in Florida with instead. That's what 4 or 5 little pieces of tragedy pimp, true crime pieces of shit did to an entire state of U.S. citizens. What do you think the rest of this is going to do? And how do you think it will end up affecting you? Do you think the day won't come? Because it's already come for the citizens of Florida. Only 49 more states to go, folks. Some surrounding U.S. territories, but it's coming quick, I'm telling you, changes are coming. Unless you want to wake up with less rights, you need to think about how this place is playing in. Such a small thing, though, right? It's just logging online. Just a few taps, relaxing evening, and true crime, glass of wine, going to bed, entertainment. It's not. All the little things have consequences and ripples. Giant ones, even. All the way around the world. Anyway, y'all, please share Summer's picture, information, color burn it. Alright. Y'all have a good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever y'all are.